Everyone, and welcome to beautiful Mount Vernon, Missouri. This is Benji Finsky alongside my broadcast partner Ryan McCullough and our producer engineer Erwin Perez, and we are on the campus of Mount Vernon High School, where tonight the Monett Cubs will battle the Mount Vernon Mountaineers in Big 8 conference action. Monett, under the guidance of second-year head coach Ben Mock, enters tonight's game 4-4 on the year following two heartbreaking losses. The Cubs fell to Lamar by 3 points in Week 7 and Cassville by 2 points in Week 8. Monett is looking to turn things around tonight and get that elusive fifth win of the season. Mount Vernon, under venerable coach Tom Cox, have had an up-and-down season on their way to a 4-4 record. The Mountaineers lost their first 3 games before winning 4 of the last 5. They have wins over Nevada and Lamar, but have lost to Aurora and have been blown out by Seneca and McDonald County. This team has really been a Jekyll and Hyde in 2025. Let's welcome in my broadcast partner, Ryan McCullough. Ryan, both teams have identical records entering week number 9, but they've gotten there in different ways. What in the world can we expect tonight?
Fireworks, back and forth action, a lot like last year's game.
Man, if it's anything like last year's game, it'll be fantastic, because that was a game that came down to the final play, in fact, where Mount Vernon was stopped at about the 4-yard line with an opportunity to score and tie the game late.
Yeah, it was fun, and that was one where Coach Mock and Coach Cox were just kind of having a duel and chess match on the offensive sides of the ball. Coach Mock got the better of it that time, but it's going to be a rematch between the two today.
And this is a huge game for these teams, both in the conference race. They're not going to win a conference title, but this makes a difference where they finish the season, but especially in the district play. Monett comes in right now as the number 5 seed, but would leapfrog McDonald County into the 4 slot. Mount Vernon is number 3 in their district, and they have Hollister nipping at their heels to maintain that spot. So both teams really looking for a big win tonight.
Yeah, for Mount Vernon, they would clinch their spot ahead of Hollister if they win over Monett. It'd be a lot of points. You'd be the Class 4 opponent, so moving up in classification. For Monett, you got Bolivar now behind you. Bolivar playing Rogersville tonight. If Bolivar wins, that could be trouble for the Cubs as far as seeding where to go. But if Monett wins, like you said, they would jump Mack County when the seeding came out. And so then they would get a first-round home playoff game.
We all know the difference between winning and losing comes down to a few things each and every week. And as we discuss this, let's remind everyone that tonight's Keys to Victory are brought to you by Buchanan Funeral Home in Monett, serving Monett and the surrounding area since 1950. They are honored to be part of the rich history of the local community. So, Ryan, what must the Cubs do to turn things around and get that big W by the end of the night?
It's going to come on the defensive end. You have to take away the big plays from Mount Vernon. Last week, they let the Wildcats really get going. A lot of big plays, a lot of opportunities through the air. You got to take those away. You have to finish tackles and finish drives on the defensive end. Then offensively, the ball's going to be wet tonight. That turf is wet. You have to take care of the football. So limit the big plays, take those away, take care of the football. Besides that, just stay true to your identity. Have a big night. Gonna need Colin Umfleet and Sites to have a big night too with Antoine Smith out.
Again, Keys to Victory brought to you by the good folks at Buchanan Funeral Home, who pledge to continue the tradition of trusted performance, providing quality service with compassion and respect. It's the Cubs and the Mountaineers live from Mount Vernon. The Freedom Bank kickoff is 35 minutes away. When we return, Ryan and I will take a look back at last week in the Big 8 and discuss games on the Week 9 schedule, including important contests within the district footprint. Stay tuned for more of the pregame show brought to you by Rollo Insurance and local agent Scott Thrasher. You're listening to the Monett Cubs on KKBL, part of the Talon Sports Network. Washik gets the snap, looks to pass, has Meeks, first down and more, down turns to the under center, turns and keeps it himself. He's hit and dropped back at the 11. Behind the quarterback. Back to pass, under pressure, throws it down the field, and this one is caught. First down. Quarterback, he'll go under center. He drops the ball, and I believe the Cubs might have recovered it. I see an official saying Cub ball, and it is.
Monett catches a big break there, a mishandled snap. So Monett.
Stearns will give on a sweep going right. The Cubs defense there. However, a great run. Breaks a tackle, goes down the sideline. This is going to be a touchdown. Second quarter action. Washick back to pass. Has time, throws deep left side for Nesselrode. Makes the catch to the 40, 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Monett Cubs.
Well, that's one way to start the second quarter and strike right back.
Washick takes the snap, back to pass, rolls to the right, throws over the middle. It's caught, leading by one. It is an onside kick. It's a free ball, and the Cubs have it. The Cubs have it, and they can't. Washick turns and gives to Smith. Lots of running room into the secondary and down to the 30 again. Washick turns and gives to Umfleet, and he'll walk it in for the score. Touchdown, Monett Cubs by Home Shield Pest Control. Here's Umfleet running it right in to the end zone. 13-7. Kick off, another onside kick, a high bounce. It's loose again, but the Wildcats come down with it. Jaron Stearns will work under center. He turns and gives to the first man through. Running room to the Cub 40, to the 35, to the 31 man to beat. Down the sideline he goes. Touchdown. Third down and a yard. Handoff goes to Umfleet. He'll have the first down and more into Wildcat territory. Right for Washick. He takes the snap, fires, and it is intercepted by the Wildcats. Down the sideline with the return. This might be a pick six to the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown. Washick back to pass, throws, has a man open. It's caught by Meeks, and Meeks is into the end zone. Last second, they set the line. Quarterback looking to throw. Pass caught at the 20 to the 15. This will go for a score. Touchdown, Roark and the Wildcats. Washick takes a snap, throws to Nesselrode. He makes the catch, makes a man miss to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Monett Cubs. Wishbone look. And they'll go for it here. Handoff, and a ball comes out, picked up by the Cubs. Down. Takes the snap, looks to the left, gets it to Seitz, to the 50, to the 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Tonight's pregame show is sponsored by Rollo Insurance agent Scott Thrasher. Rollo Insurance supports their clients by securing reasonable premiums, providing complete guidance on insurance coverages, and protecting treasured assets for life. For more information, contact Scott at 417-772-3100. Tonight's contest on Google Play or on the Apple app is sponsored by Payless Rental and Sales. With 6 area locations, Payless Rentals and Sales offers flexible payment options and free delivery of furniture, appliances, and electronics. And finally, tonight's pregame scoreboard brought to you by MetaPlans Plus. Serving customers for over 25 years, MetaPlans Plus specializes in Medicare and Marketplace health plans. Ryan, as we take a look back 1 week in the Big 8 Conference, of course, Cassville and Monett, an instant classic there. The Wildcats won at 48-46. That was a tremendous game that really started slowly, but the second quarter simply exploded.
Yeah, in the first quarter, it was just 7-0. Wildcats were up, and then that second quarter, it became a shootout, 28-28 at halftime. It was fireworks till the very end of the game, and it was fun to just get to sit back and enjoy.
Lamar traveled to Aurora. Lamar getting things rolling now, 42-20 in that one. So the Tigers are setting themselves up for a postseason run.
Yeah, they had to find their identity again after their quarterback went down. They've done that now, and now they got that mojo back.
And speaking about getting mojo back, Mount Vernon, a huge win last week here at Mountaineer Stadium. They beat Nevada 28-24.
Yeah, huge win for them. Monett's looking at week 1 still going, wish you could have that one back. Mount Vernon's looking at week 1 going, wish we could get that one back against Aurora as well. I think those are 2 games that both those 2 teams would win now. If they were playing today, they'd have another win in their record. But week 1 happens for a reason. You fix those mistakes.
Seneca being Seneca, They took care of East Newton big, 56-7, and McDonald County on Saturday afternoon traveled to Kansas City, beat Central of Kansas City 49-0 in a non-conference game. This week in the Big 8 Conference, of course, we've got Monett and Mount Vernon, just a historic game here at Mountaineer Stadium. Aurora travels to Cassville. Cassville's really got it going.
Yeah, Cassville's really found their groove. They're hitting their stride late in the season. They're playing their best ball at the time you want to be playing your best ball, and they're going to be taking that into the playoffs.
McDonald County 5-3 travels to East Newton 1-7. The Mustangs trying to get that momentum going as well.
Yeah, I expect the Mustangs to win. Go into district play 6-3, feeling pretty good.
Seneca and Lamar has always been that game that people pointed at in the last decade or so. Seneca has already wrapped up the conference. They're 8-0. Lamar's uncustomarily 5-3. It's at Lamar. What are your thoughts on that one?
Seneca has a very strong run defense. Their linebackers fly around to the ball. D-line's very strong. I think Lamar's going to struggle to run the ball tonight against Seneca. I think they're held pretty low scoring, and I think Seneca wins it by multiple scores.
And then out of conference, Pleasant Hill 2-6 takes on Nevada 5-3. Nevada wants to get things right going into districts.
Yeah, I expect Nevada to win, go 6-3 into district play.
And speaking of districts, coming into district play for Monett, West Plains is currently the number 1 seed, Carl Junction number 2, Rogersville 3, McDonald County 4, Monett 5. However, Monett beat McDonald County head-to-head, so if it ends that way, Monett will leapfrog the Mustangs into the number 4 slot. Bolivar's at 6, Marshfield at 7. Tonight in that district play, a huge game. West Plains travels to Carl Junction.
Yeah, that's a big game. Battle for some top seeding there. West Plains 6-2, Carl Junction 5-3. It's a long bus ride from West Plains over to CJ. I'm going to take the Bulldogs to win.
Wow. Bolivar at Rogersville. Rogersville 6-2, Bolivar 3-5. I think you got to like Rogersville in that one.
Yeah, I like Rogersville. Monett fans going to be watching that Bolivar game closely.
And then Highland, Arkansas, traveling to Marshfield 3-4 versus 3-5. Marshfield at home probably will take care of business there. Now, Ryan, I do want to mention this. There is a route for Rogersville to win the district, because if they win tonight and if Carl Junction beats West Plains and it ends up Carl Junction, Rogersville, West Plains, which theoretically could happen, Rogersville beat Carl head-to-head and they would flip. How about that?
A lot of excitement still in district play to happen before we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, last week we talked a little bit about Blair Oaks, okay? And I've got to correct the record here. We talked about them being a stumbling block for Seneca. Well, in fact, that's not true. They're a stumbling block for Lamar. Blair Oaks dropped down to Class 2, so I did a little research about Blair Oaks over the week. And Blair Oaks, the number 1 seed in Class 2 District 5, they're also the number 1 ranked team in the state of Missouri. Centralia is 2 in the district, ranked 5th in the state. Warsaw, undefeated. The best they can muster is a 3 seed in the district, and they are ranked number 2 in the state of Missouri. And then Father Tolton Regional Catholic, number 8 in the state. North Callaway at 7-1 is the 5 seed, and they're receiving votes in the top 10. So you take a look at that district. If you add up the records of the top 6 schools, it's 41-7. How'd you like to play in that district?
Yeah, not fun. You got Versailles down there still just hanging out.
Yeah.
0-8, but not fun for them probably because they got a gauntlet ahead if they want to try to make some magic happen. But what an absolute just war zone that's going to be in that district, whoever comes out alive.
Yeah, and Blair Oaks, a lot of people say one of the better teams in the state, and obviously 8-0, they are they're ahead of the field by 13 points or better in district play. So
well, they play up in classification when it comes to their conference play. They're one of those teams that kind of bounce from Class 3 to Class 2 the last few years. Same thing happened to Maryville a couple years ago as well. They went down to Class 2 for a year, then back to Class 3. Yeah. Monett went Class 3, Class 4, Class 3. Yeah. Now they've kind of stayed in Class 4.
So lots of interesting games in Southwest Missouri and also throughout the state here in Week 9. Again, tonight's pregame scoreboard brought to you by MetaPlans Plus. We're going to slip away and hear from some of our outstanding sponsors. We'll be back with more of the Rollo Insurance pregame show after this timeout. Down and a yard. Handoff goes to Umfleet. He'll have the first down and more into Wildcat territory. Right for Washik. He takes the snap, fires, and it is intercepted by the Wildcats. Down the sideline with the return. This might be a pick six to the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown. Washik back to pass, throws, has a man open. It's caught by Meeks, and Meeks is into the end zone. Last second, they set the line. Quarterback looking to throw. Pass caught at the 20 to the 15. This will go for a score. Touchdown, Roark and the Wildcats. Washik takes the snap, throws to Nesselrode. He makes the catch, makes a man miss to the 40, to the 30, to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Monett Mt. Wishbone look. And they'll go for it here. Handoff, and the ball comes out, picked up by the Cubs. Down. Takes the snap, looks to the left, gets it to Seitz, to the 50, to the 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Washik back to pass. Going to throw deep left side for Nesselrode, who makes a tremendous catch at the 20. But they say he's out of bounds. Stearns, hands up the middle. It goes. Good hard run. First down and more for the Wildcats down to the Cub 30. Back to pass Stearns. He looks left. He's throwing left. Has a man open. Caught. Touchdown Wildcats.
Wanted to bring him down. Big third down here.
Washik looking to throw it deep. Has a man Seitz. Makes the catch. 35-30, 25-20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown.
Here if I was Cassville.
First and 20. Quarterback runs it himself, and he's hit and knocked down behind the line of scrimmage.
Tucker Anderson.
Back to pass, rolls to the left. Under some pressure, still with it, throws it late into the end zone. Jump ball down there, and it's caught by the Wildcats. Tailback. Washik back to pass. Throws near side, and the pass is intercepted, and this may go the distance to the 15, 10, 5, touchdown Wildcats. That was Roark with the straight back to pass. Screen pass comes to Umfleet. He cuts it up, and he will have the first down to the 35, a gain of 12. In between them. He looks left, however. Seitz makes the catch. Touchdown, Monett Cubs.
And Seitz get it guy for Stearns.
Stearns will give on a handoff instead, and it goes nowhere.
Tucker Anderson doing
back to action here. Washik back to pass. Throws near side. Nice pass. Good catch, Miles Jones. Washik out of the shotgun. Gets a high snap. Hands to Umfleet. Running right to the 40. To the 35. Spins to the 34. And that'll be another. Back to pass. Dylan Washik. Throws left side. Great catch by Seitz. Welcome back to the Rollo Insurance pregame show. Rollo Insurance, a partner who you can call on today, tomorrow, and always. Stop by and see Scott Thrasher at 1001 East Broadway in Monett. Your Monett Cubs broadcast team is sponsored by A-List Properties. For all your real estate needs, their team will work hard for you and your family. A reminder to all our fans that the score of any contest is generally forgotten over time. However, the behavior of players, coaches, and fans leave lasting impressions. Be sure to choose good sportsmanship as you cheer on your favorite team. This message brought to you by Access Family Care, with more than 200 employees serving 7 counties in Southwest Missouri. Ryan, a huge game here tonight between two long-time rivals. This is a game that dates back decades and decades, and often comes down to the very last few plays of the game like it did a year ago.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of pride and bragging rights on the line between Monett Mt. Vernon. It's like that Monett-Cassville game. Goes back even a little bit further than that. I know for us specifically, when I played, we got up even a little bit more for Mount Vernon. That was just because of how close our couple grades were together, playing a lot of sports together. But it's still like that a lot. You play in a lot of the same travel teams together. Again, you grow up together. You want to win that game because for that couple hours that you're on that turf together, you cannot stand that guy across from you that you talk to the rest of the year.
Exactly, and those are the type of games you just love. And in the Big 8 Conference, there are so many of those rivalries, and this game hopefully will live up to that again this year. The weather today, damp. There was some rain in the area, but it's kind of held off since about 4 o'clock here, so you would assume the playing surface will be good. However, it's still going to be damp on that artificial surface.
Yeah, curious to see how much the Cubs do try to rotate the football maybe a little bit, keep it dry through their passing attack if it does hit the ground, trying to run new ones in. Going to be on the center as well to make sure that ball is dry for his quarterback. Dylan got to keep his hands dry if he'd be throwing it.
And maybe more importantly, there's a good breeze tonight coming out of the southeast, and a lot of people say the rain isn't hard to play in, as is the wind.
Yeah, the wind can be a big factor as well, especially with the Cubs, the way they play, throwing the ball a lot. It's harder for Dylan to put touch on the ball with the wind blowing, harder for a receiver to read the pass while it's in the air when they're trying to run under it. Sometimes they have to slow themselves up if the wind's blowing the ball back. Sometimes it blows it off track and you have to go more to your right than you normally would. A lot of communication, a lot of timing stuff can be messed up because of the wind.
Big game here tonight, the Cubs and the Mountaineers from Mountaineer Stadium. We're going to slip away and hear from some of our great sponsors. We'll be back with more of the Rollo Insurance pregame show after this timeout. Washik gets the snap, looks to pass, has Meeks, first down and more, down turns to the under center, turns and keeps it himself. He's hit and dropped back at the 11. Behind the quarterback. Back to pass, under pressure, throws it down the field, and this one is caught. First down. Quarterback, he'll go under center. He drops the ball, and I believe the Cubs might have recovered it. I see an official saying Cub ball, and it is.
Monett catches a big break there, a mishandled snap. So Monett.
Stearns will give on a sweep going right. The Cubs defense there. However, a great run, breaks a tackle, goes down the sideline. This is going to be a touchdown. Second quarter action. Washik back to pass, has time, throws deep left side for Nesserode, makes the catch to the 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Monett Cubs.
Well, that's one way to start the second quarter and strike right back.
Washik takes the snap, back to pass, rolls to the right, throws over the middle. It's caught, leading by one. It is an onside kick. It's a free ball, and the Cubs have it. The Cubs have it, and they can't. Washik turns and gives to Smith. Lots of running room into the secondary and down to the 30 again. Washik turns and gives to Umfleet, and he'll walk it in for the score. Touchdown, Monett Cubs by Home Shield Pest Control. Here's Umfleet running it right in to the end zone. 13-7. Kickoff, another onside kick, a high bounce. It's loose again. Rollo Insurance pregame show. A reminder that this game brought to you in part by Prime Cut, with great smoked meats, fresh steaks, and much, much more. Stop by 101 East Cleveland in Monett when you need a single meal or full catering. This game also brought to you in part by the Clark Mental Health Center. At the Clark Center, they proudly serve the Southwest Missouri region with compassionate behavioral health services. The Mount Vernon High School Marching Band on the field, just moments away from tonight's national anthem. A reminder that the national anthem, brought to you by VFW Post 4207 in Monett. Post 4207 reminds us that some gave all, and all gave some. No one does more for local veterans than VFW Post 4207. Still about 15 minutes away from the Freedom Bank kickoff. We'll slip away, hear from some of our sponsors. We'll be back after this quick timeout. Benji Finsky, Ryan McCullough back with you at Mount Vernon High School. Still 11 minutes away from the Freedom Bank kickoff. As we approach kickoff, a quick look at the weather conditions here at Mount Vernon. 52 degrees currently, but it feels like 48. The wind out of the east-southeast at 12. That drives that temperature down just a little bit. That feels like temperature of 48. Ryan, it definitely feels like football tonight.
Yeah, it's officially turned that page to fully on fall now. It's getting a little chilly, so not going to be any problems with cramps, hopefully.
No, there shouldn't be. And the field tonight is artificial surface, but it will be damp and could have an effect on some plays in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. That turf can get really slippery sometimes when it's been wet, just kind of soaked all day long. Doesn't hold it like grass. Sometimes you're not going to have mud, but it can get very slippery at times and hard to get traction.
Tonight's field condition and weather report brought to you by Heritage Tractor, your local John Deere dealer who offers new and used equipment for your backyard, your farm, or your ranch. Stop by or visit heritagetractor.com. Ryan, the Cubs come in, obviously a team looking for a big win. Their offense has been churning out big numbers all season long. Their quarterback, Dylan Washik, 256 for 377 in the air for almost 3,000 yards. He's at 29.54, 32 touchdowns with only 8 interceptions. Those are some pretty good stat lines right
You
there.
checked the state leaders recently?
Well, I think he's number one
Yeah.
for the ones who turn it into max prep.
That's what I thought too. But yeah, impressive feat for Washik. We're going to need to check the school record books, but I'm going to imagine he's probably the guy right now. If not, he's very close.
And if I remember right, he's averaging 369 yards a game, if I remember that number right. But he's going to hit 3,000 tonight unless something crazy happens.
I bet there's a lot of former Cubs quarterbacks and receivers that would have loved to play in this offense.
And you talk about receivers, you go up and down the line. Let's start with Alex Meeks. 61 catches for 841 yards and 10 touchdowns. He's had a heck of a year.
He stepped up really big. I've been very impressed with Meeks.
Then you have Carson Nesselrode, who's come on big. 52 catches for 684 yards and 6 touchdowns. And Braden Seitz with 6 touchdowns on 36 grabs. You got a 10-touchdown receiver and 2 6-TD receivers. That is impressive.
Yeah, they've had a lot more weapons that they can spread it out to this year compared to last year, but that's also year 2 to another system. They got a lot more comfortable with it, and Coach Mock's got a lot more toys to play with.
As far as running backs go tonight, big emphasis on Colin Umfleet and Braden Seitz. Antoine Smith not in the starting lineup, so you're missing there almost 600 yards and 12 touchdowns. So it's up to Umfleet with 271s and 6 scores, and Seitz 192 yards and 2 scores. Those guys are going to have to carry the rock tonight.
Yeah, Umfleet's going to need to really step up tonight and show why he was the main guy the last couple years and why he was even the main ball carrier of the Cubs 2 years ago. So he needs to step back up tonight, and then you're just going to need to see Seitz just keep doing what he's been doing late ever since that Matt County game, just being explosive through the line and using that speed.
On the defensive side, the leading tackler for the Cubs is Rivera with 78. He's been consistent throughout.
Yeah, he's been the anchor of the defense, did a good job holding down the middle this year.
And then you have 3 guys, Black, Tolles, and Anderson. Black with 57 tackles. Tolles, who had a big game last week until he went out late in that one. And then Anderson. So Black and Tolles with 57 tackles each, Anderson with 55. Those guys have been really good too.
Yeah, Tolles going to have another opportunity to add to that sack total tonight because Mount Vernon will throw the football, so he's going to have an opportunity to get after the passer, and he's going to need to.
And you talked about sacks. Tolles leads the Cubs with 5.5, followed by Reed, Calhoun, and Rivera with 1.5 sacks. Carr with 1, Smith with 1, as he came in and played some defense last week.
Yeah, and it was fun while he was in a defense. I mean, he got a good burst off the line, was rushing the passer well.
Still 6.5 minutes away from tonight's opening kick. We'll slip away, hear from some of our wonderful sponsors. We'll be back with more of the Rollo Insurance pregame show after this timeout. Back to the Rollo Insurance pregame show. Rollo Insurance, a partner who you can call on today, tomorrow, and always. Stop by and see Scott Thrasher at 1001 East Broadway in Monett, or call 417-772-3100. A reminder that tonight's national anthem was brought to you by VFW Post 4207 in Monett. Post 4207 reminds us that some gave all, and all gave some. No one does more for the local veterans than VFW Post 4207. Both teams on the field just moments away from tonight's opening kickoff. Mount Vernon in their home green uniforms with white numerals. The Monett Cubs in their traveling white uniforms with purple numerals. As we watch high atop Mountaineer Stadium. Tonight's coin toss brought to you by Quick Draw Gun in Monett, where they offer one of the area's largest selections of firearms, ammunition, and accessories. Stop by Quick Draw Gun at 601 South Kyler in Monett, or call them at 417-354-8633. Ryan, you've played in this game before. I mean, there's a long history in this one and a lot of excitement as we approach kickoff.
Yeah, a lot of fun in this game. I love the uniform matchup, all green versus all white. Great atmosphere at Mountaineer Stadium, as always, and it's just going to be a fun one to watch.
A good-sized crowd on hand here tonight. The weather, cooler for the first time all season long, and the rain might have chased a few people home. Hopefully they're listening in at home, and we're so glad to be able to bring this game your way out in Cubs Nation here tonight. Huge game with lots of implications, especially at the district level. Mount Vernon trying to hang on to that number 3 seed. And why is that important? Well, they want to avoid Seneca in round 2 of districts.
No one wants to play Seneca.
No.
All roads, though, in Class 3 lead to Seneca.
The Mountaineers won the toss. They're going to defer, so the Cubs will have the ball first. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Mount Vernon. Well, I thought they might defend the north goal, but they're actually going to defend the south goal here. Well, I guess that makes sense. The Cubs will work into the wind here in the first. The Cubs will receive and defend the north goal, and they will work into that steady breeze that's out of the east-southeast. Mount Vernon will kick it off, going right to left from our vantage point. It's the Mountaineers and the Cubs from Mount Vernon. It's hard to believe, Ryan. This is the final week of the regular season.
Yeah, week 9 came quickly. I mean, it seems like we were just getting the year started, and just like that, it's blown by.
Yeah, it does it every year. We talk about it, week 1, it's about 90 degrees, and all is good, and hope springs eternal. And now you're in week 9, the grind of the Big 8, and now both teams come in 4-4. They got their different ways. But a win here solidifies a winning record in the regular season and sets you up for a district run.
Oh, if you don't lose, you could play 6 more weeks.
Absolutely. Get on a roll, and it's been done before. And really, I like the Cubs' chances going forward. I think they have a puncher's chance to come out of district.
They're that one team that just could beat anybody on their schedule because of their ability to go put up points. And if their defense figures it out, there's not a team that I look at in Class 4 that I would say they couldn't beat.
Well, here we go. Landon Popa will tee it up at the 40. 12 minutes set on the clock. The Mountaineers will kick it away. Cubs with 2 men back, standing near their 12, 13-yard line. Glad to have you along as we prepare for the Cubs and the Mountaineers. The kickoff is in the air. It's a high end-over-end kick that comes down to the 13. Return to the 20, out to the 25 and to the 27. And that's where the Cubs will have it, 1st and 10.
Yeah, tripped up by Coy Felton, and now Dylan Washik, and that potent Cubs offense will come onto the field.
Good return by Brady Courtois that time as he gets it out to the 27-yard line. And the Cubs will set it up there. 3 receivers wide to the right, 2 to the left on 1st and 10. Washik brings Umfleet in motion, and he'll flip it left side to Seitz. Seitz with the catch out across the 30 to the 35.
Yeah, just a quick, simple pass play on first down, get out to sights, let them get positive yards on first down. The Cubs are moving.
Always in a hurry. Here's Washik throwing near side and overshoots his intended receiver. It's incomplete.
I think he was trying just to throw it towards the sideline away, but if you're going to throw it away, you got to make sure it gets away. Almost disaster there. Kruger tried to make a play on it.
Brings up 3rd down and 2. Clock stopped with 11:45 left here in the first period. Washik with an empty backfield. Looks to the sideline for the play call. 3rd down and 2 from the 35. Dillon gets a high snap, back to pass, throws left side. It's caught for a first down.
Yeah, Carson Nesselrode does a good job reeling that one in. Moves the chains. You're going to see the Mountaineers in a lot of too-high safety tonight trying to take away those big pass plays.
That first down sponsored by ASI. Handoff to Umfleet as he goes right side, leans into the line and goes down at about the 46 for a gain of 2.
Yeah, Mountaineers all over that running play.
2nd down and 8 from the Cub 46. Washik back to pass, looks to the right, fires to the right, and overshoots Meeks. It's incomplete.
Yeah, unable to deliver a good ball to Meeks as Kruger was in coverage.
And both of those passes to the right sideline have kind of sailed on Washik a little bit here early.
That doesn't seem to be too much. There's a little bit of wind to that side.
Yep. 3rd down and 8. Washik back to pass, fires left side, caught by Seitz. First down, brought to you by ASI.
Compared to a year ago, the Cubs have done a much better job staying calm on 3rd down plays and reeling stuff in. Last year they had a lot of drops on 3rd downs, or Dillon was kind of struggling to throw a good ball. This year they've been pretty much on it, staying calm, under composure.
From the 43, Washik throws right side, overshoots Young. It's incomplete.
Coy Felton in coverage.
Stops the clock with 10:58 left, brings up 2nd down and 10. Washik back to pass. Looks left, hits Nesselrode to the 40, to the 35. He spins his way down to the 30. It's another ASI first down.
Cubs offense just going on a drive here. Hunter Dawson and Luke Parton in on the stop.
From the 30, here come the Cubs, 1st and 10. Washik, quick pass, left side, Nesselrode to the 25 and to the 20. Should be enough for another first down.
Garrison Nordyke pushes him out.
And the Cubs are in turbo speed here as they come to the line of scrimmage. 4 first downs in this initial drive, and they have it at the 18-yard line. Umfleet resets as the tailback, and it will be Umfleet running left, stretches the play out, cuts it up down to the 15 or so. We'll see where they mark him out. Looks like he'll get a forward progress to the 14 for a gain of 4.
Cubs looking to start the game off strong and get the first lead. Need to finish the drive, though. 2nd down.
Ball at the just inside the 15. Cubs with 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, as Washik works out of an empty backfield. Washik gets the snap, looks left, throws left, into the end zone, and it is incomplete.
Intended for Seitz. The ball was a little too high and long for him. Bring up 3rd down. They faked that just quick out and threw it up to Seitz.
It's 3rd and about 6, so Cubs with 2 downs here to pick up 6 yards. 2 receivers line up to the left, 3 to the right. Washik looks right. He's going to throw into the end zone and overshoots Meeks. It's incomplete.
Unable to connect with Alex Meeks. Bring up 4th down. Cubs will go for it. We've not seen them practice a field goal even.
No, they'll go for it here all the time, every day. They go for it on 4th down. It's 4th and 6 from the 14. And the Cubs have had more success throwing the ball left than right. We'll see what they do here on 4th down. Washik out of the shotgun, takes the snap, looks downfield, now flush from the pocket, will throw it. Flag comes out, the pass caught. It will be enough for a 1st down, I believe, but this one's going to come back.
Yeah, it's going to be a holding call.
Yeah, it's hold against the Cubs. So that will negate the 1st down reception to Seitz. And it's going to bring up 4th and long. Yeah, as soon as Washik broke containment, that flag came out. So someone on the line reached out and grabbed a hold of a defensive player.
Yeah, I mean, I watched him. They both completely turned together. They were right in front of the official.
And they weren't dancing, were they?
No.
4th down and 16 from the 24-yard line. Washik brings Seitz in motion from left to right. And a flag comes out. This will be another penalty on the Cubs. It'll be a procedure. One of the receivers jumped a little early.
Yeah, the receiver on the top of the screen just took off too early before the ball was snapped.
So it's going to bring up 4th and 21 from the 29-yard line. You know, we've seen Seitz before, you know, with some catches down the middle. We'll see if he does a slant or something here out of the slot position. He's lined up to the left. Now instead he comes in motion from left to right. Washik rolls to the right, throws back to the left, has a man, he makes a catch, but I think he's going to be short.
Yeah, I think he's just going to come up a yard short. They're going to say 2 yards short of the 1st down, so the Mountaineers offense will take over on downs, and they come up with an early stop.
That was Nesserode with a 19-yard catch, but the Cubs needed 21, and their drive ends near the 10-yard line. They'll say the 11, so 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers. Their quarterback, Hunter Dawson, 220-pound senior, a big kid at quarterback for the Mountaineers. Tailback Hunter Conway, so a pair of Hunters in the backfield for the Mountaineers. He'll work under center and will drop back to pass from his end zone, fires near side, broken up with a good defensive play.
Yeah, Deshaun Collins in coverage, breaking that one up. Intended receiver was number 81, Coy Felton.
Yeah, you'll hear Felton's name tonight. Some of their receivers, Shane, Kruger, Nordyke, Hernandez. Again, Hunter Dawson, 220-pound senior. The tailback, Conway, he comes in at 200 pounds, also a senior. So a couple big backs. Out of the pistol formation this time, Dawson will keep it himself, cuts it up, hit at the 10, and swarmed under there. A loss on the play of maybe a yard.
Tucker Anderson, the man there to bring him down. Anderson had a good game last week.
Loss of maybe a foot. 3rd down and long. The ball just outside the Mountaineers' 10, and here's where the Cubs have to improve.
They struggled against Castle with this, and they've struggled all year in big games when it came down to 3rd down. They got to find a way to finish drives, finish stops.
Dawson takes the snap. He'll roll to the left. Now still with it. He's going to throw it deep down the sideline into double coverage and overshoots his intended receiver. It is incomplete.
So the Cubs defense does get the stop they need to bring up 4th down, and pretty obvious punting situation you would think for the Mountaineers.
How about that? A punting situation here early, and the punt brought to you by Heritage Tractor, with equipment ranging from utility tractors to recreational vehicles. Heritage Tractor, working hard to find the right product for you. So punting out of the end zone. The line of scrimmage is the 10. It's a low snap, scooped up, and the kick is a high tumbling kick. Fair catch called for and taken at the Cub 42. A good kick there of 48 yards.
Yeah, Black just called a fair catch, brought it in. Now lets the offense come back on the field. Cubs just hurt themselves last time getting costly penalties.
A reminder that tonight's first quarter brought to you by Monett Sheet Metal, a trusted and respected business that has been providing sales and service for residential and commercial customers since 1935. Well, the Cubs with an early 3-and-out here. 1st and 10 from the 43. Washik flips it left side. Courtois with the catch, but he will be brought down behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Mountaineers all over him immediately. Gage Norris leading the way.
Going to be a loss of 3 on the play.
Excuse me, Hunter Conway.
2nd and 13. Washik gets the snap, fires left side. Intended for Umfleet, it's incomplete.
So now a 3rd down for Monett. Got to find a way to convert this one. Otherwise, looking at a 3-and-out possibly. You don't want to make it 4th and long and give the Mountaineers good field position.
Yeah, the Cubs working into that breeze that blowing pretty steadily at 12 to 15 miles an hour out of the south-southeast. So the Cubs need a big play here. 3rd and 13. Washik back to pass. Has time. Fires left side. Caught by Nesserode. It'll be enough for another ASI first down.
Yeah, Carson Nesserode just going to run a quick comeback route. Gets what's needed. Isaac Hernandez with the tackle. Moves the chains for Monett, though.
Gain of 15 and a first down on 3rd and 13. A big conversion there. Washik will give on the handoff up the middle. It goes. I think a flag came out in that one. That was a handoff to Courtois. This could be a hold. It was thrown by the umpire. Cubs already penalized twice here early. And it's now 3. Holding penalty against the Cubs will cost them 10 yards.
Well, I didn't say keys the game penalties in pregame like I usually do. And now they've already got 3.
Yeah.
Can't have that.
And that has been an issue for Monett all season long. Their penalties and, they take care of the ball pretty well. And I hope there's no broadcaster's jinx there, but it's been the penalties that's really hurt them.
Well, last week they had a touchdown brought back because of a penalty. They lose by 2 points.
Yeah. So now they face 1st and 20 from their own 45-yard line. Washik will look right. He'll fire right to Meeks. Makes the catch. And he's across midfield to the Mountaineer 49 for a gain of 6.
Kruger with the tackle along with Felton.
Meeks with his first catch. Picks up 6 yards. 2nd down and 14. Quick pass now. Nesserode left side. Cuts it up to the 45. Surges down to the 43 for a gain of 6.
Garrison Nordyke with the tackle on Nesselrode.
Nesserode's been busy. 6 catches, 74 yards here in the first quarter. 3rd down and 8 from the 43. Cubs trying to overcome that holding penalty. Washik looks to the right, now looks back to the left, scrambling, cuts it up. He's going to run it to the 40, to the 35, and he'll pick up the first down.
That might be his longest one of the year now.
13-yard pickup for Washik, and another ASI first down.
Does a good job moving the chains, keeps the drive alive, gets a new fresh set of downs. Courtois the back.
That tells me Mount Vernon was in man-to-man that time, and those guys had turned their back on the quarterback. Washik throws deep right side for Meeks, and it goes off his fingertips, incomplete.
Takes a shot there on 1st down. Now it'll bring up 2nd. Curious to see if Courtois gets more playing time this week in the backfield with Smith out. We saw that in the second half last week. Courtois played a lot more reps at back. Had a couple good runs.
He did. Washik works out of the shotgun, takes a high snap, has time. Now flush from the pocket. He's going to run again. A flag comes out. Washik picks up about 8, but this is going to come back on another holding penalty.
Yeah, another costly mistake by the Cubs offense. It's going to move them back.
Well, it appears that our Whitecap's going to get a lot of airtime here tonight. That's 4 penalties on the Cubs here early. And it wipes out an 8-yard gain. It's going to bring up 2nd down and 20. So how many times can the Cubs overcome, long yardage? They've done it 2 or 3 times already here tonight.
Well, you back yourself up against the wall. Eventually it's going to bite you.
Ball moved back to the 40. The Cubs face 2nd down and 20. Empty backfield for Washik. Gets the snap. He looks to the left. Now back across the middle. It's tipped and caught and then dropped. It was tipped by a defensive back into the hands of Courtois, and then he was unable to get it. He could have very well scored on the play.
Yeah, could that have been the wet football?
Or turning your head and looking to the gray end zone before you had tucked it in.
Possible. Almost a big play for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. Instead, it brings up 3rd down and 20 from the 40-yard line. Dylan Washik back to pass. Steps up, fires. Caught by Nesselrode down inside the 30 to the 26.
That's Felton again with another tackle. Bring up 4th down for Monett.
Fourth down and 6 from the 26-yard line. Cubs' first drive ended at the 10. They hope to keep this drive going here. Clock rolls with 6.5 minutes left here in the first quarter. No score between the Cubs and the Mountaineers. On 4th down, Washik back to pass. Hit, and down he goes back outside the 30-yard line.
That sack made by Landon Popa. And that'll bring the Mountaineer offense back on the field.
So the Cubs with 2 promising drives that come up short. This one ends on a sack. And the Mountaineers will take over at their 31-yard line.
Cubs defense going to need to try to get another early stop.
A reminder, tonight's first quarter brought to you by Monett Sheet Metal. Pass in the air, caught along the right side. A gain of about 8. That was Shane with the catch.
Josue Elias with the tackle for Monett. Good first down play by the Mountaineers.
Brings up 2nd down and 2 from the 38-yard line. Well, we'll call it the 39. Low snap, scooped up by the quarterback Dawson. Now he throws it near side and overshoots his intended receiver. That was intended for Felton. It's incomplete.
Well, the wind's blowing towards this home side, and both quarterbacks have thrown out there and had it pushed away from them.
That one, the quarterback Dawson was under duress as it was a bad snap, and he had to scoop it up and then scramble to his left, trying to throw across his body, and just fired it out of bounds. Stopped the clock with 5:42 left here in the first quarter. Mountaineers face 3rd down and 2. Dawson out of the shotgun. Will hand to his tailback, who comes up short. That's Conway with the carry, and he is knocked down at the line of scrimmage.
Aiden Rivera coming up to make the play, the leading tackler for the Cubs.
And now it's 4th and 2, and what do the Mountaineers do here?
I think they're going to go for it here.
From their own 39.
Coach Cox going to roll the dice, trust his offense to get a couple yards.
So a huge early play here. Dawson will work out of the shotgun. Back to pass, and he throws near side. It's caught by Felton, and it should be enough for a first down.
Yeah, it will be. The Mountaineers will stay alive.
Gain of 4. They needed They needed 2. They got 4. Their drive continues from their own 43-yard line. Hunter Dawson, senior quarterback, takes the snap and will look to throw. High pass that is brought in for a gain of about 4.
They'll give him the catch. August Black was trying to tell him to hit the ground, but refs say he pulled it in.
Cordray with a catch of picked up 4 yards, 2nd down and 6 from the 47. That was a good catch. That was a fastball, and it was up high.
They hit it, go up and get it, brought it down. In a scary place for receiver, too, short over the middle.
Back to pass. Big, long pass down the field for Felton, and it is incomplete. His diving attempt comes up just short.
Yeah, he got behind Spears there, but the ball just a tad overthrown. A little bit of a wobbler and unable to make the diving reception. Bring up 3rd down now.
Yeah, 3rd and 6 here, so Cubs with another chance to get that defensive unit off the field here.
This is where I want to see Camden Tolles get after the quarterback on these more obvious passing situations, add to his sack total, or at least just make him have to throw it on the run, not able to set his feet.
Dawson works out of the shotgun. Brings motion from right to left. Back to pass under some pressure. Fires behind Cordray, but he makes the catch, and it'll be enough for a 1st down.
Henry Reed with the tackle, but the Mountaineers move the chains.
Dawson now 4 of 8 passing. Couple 1st downs here for the Mountaineers. A good catch there by Cordray. Flag comes out here stopping the play. It's going to be a procedure against the Mountaineers. That penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design, your one-stop destination for premium, fast, and custom printed products. First and 15 as the ball is set down near the 50. Dawson gives to his tailback with running room to the Cub 40. Good hard run there by Hunter Conway.
Yeah, that was a good play by the Mountaineers. Fake pass and a delayed handoff. Aiden Rivera makes the tackle, but they get a nice amount of yardage there.
Gain of 11. Now they move him forward. Actually, a gain of 12. A good spot there for the Mountaineers. 2nd down and 3 from the Cub 38-yard line. 3 receivers wide to the right, 1 to the left. As Dawson works out of the shotgun, Cordray in motion. Dawson back to pass, rolls to the right. Now he's going to keep it himself. He'll pick up the 1st down and more down inside the Cub 30.
Escorted out of bounds by Case and Carr. Mountaineers starting to threaten the Cubs now.
Gain of 11. Down to the Cub 27-yard line. Clock is stopped at 2:47 left here in a scoreless 1st quarter. Mountaineers threatening here on their 2nd drive of the game. Dawson out of the shotgun. Will look to throw. Fires left side. Pass caught to the 20, 15. And down inside the 15. Caught by Nordyke.
Another tackle by Case and Carr. Mountaineers with an opportunity to score here.
Gain of 15 for Nordyke. And another 1st down. The 4th of the game and the 4th of this drive for the Mountaineers. 1st and 10 from the Cub 12. Dawson's starting to heat up here. He'll hand to Conway. Conway stacked up after little or no gain.
Yeah, not much room to run for him. Be 2nd down.
No gain on the play. 2nd and 10 from the 12. Three receivers now line up wide to the right, one to the left. Dawson will give to Conway, and Conway is wrapped up and dropped in the backfield.
That'll be another addition in the tackle for loss column for Camden Tolles.
Conway loses 3, and that brings up 3rd down and almost 14 yards. 3rd and 13 along 13. As the Mountaineers need to get down near the 2-yard line. Looks like the Mountaineers in no hurry to call a play here. They're going to take a timeout, I'm assuming. And they do. A reminder that timeouts brought to you by Shelter Insurance. Andy Brandt. Stop by the office to get a free quote. Stand behind Andy Brandt's shield of shelter. Well, Cubs have an opportunity here to end this drive. The Mountaineers have done it twice to the Cubs.
Yeah, Mountaineers have turned the Cubs away twice. Cubs defense has an opportunity to do the same to the Mountaineers. You definitely want to keep that 0 on their scoreboard and let your offense try to come back out and get the first points of the day.
And keep in mind, the Cubs have been working into a steady breeze here in quarter number 1. And if they could get out of this first quarter even, then, that may spell good things coming in quarter number 2.
Well, then you kind of get it going towards your back, too. When you already got Dylan with a good arm, you can add maybe 5 more yards at the end of that.
Exactly. Hey, a reminder that tonight's first quarter brought to you by Monett Mt. Their team of experts is dedicated to finding the most cost-effective solutions for your heating and cooling needs. Whether you're looking for a new installation, routine maintenance, or general repairs, Monett Mt. is the one to call. Back to action here, 3rd down and about 14 from the 16-yard line. And another stop in action here. And a timeout called by the Cubs. And again, timeouts brought to you by Shelter Insurance agent Andy Brandt. Andy will make sure you get the right coverage at the right price. Call or text 417-235-5603 to request a free quote. Well, so far so good with the weather. We're dodging the raindrops so far.
Yeah, we're not wet, which is thankful for that.
Now, that being said, we are inside here, a beautiful facility here at Mount Vernon, and we're thankful to have a spot in the press box. But we were wondering what the weather was going to hold in store tonight. Unfortunately, for players and spectators alike, it's still dry. It is chilly, though. It's temperatures close to 50 degrees at kickoff.
Yeah, a lot of fans bundled up.
Yeah, it looks more like winter now all of a sudden, doesn't it? 3rd and long for the Mountaineers from the 16. Dawson will roll to the right. Under pressure, dodges a tackle, but he dodges a second one. Does he dodge the 3rd? No. He tries to throw it, and if they count that as a pass, I think it's an interception, but they're going to say he was down, and it will be a sack for the Cubs.
Yeah, I think he was. I think it's a correct call. Kelton Carr is going to get credited with the sack. And he was dodging Cub defenders. He was trying to keep it alive. Almost disastrous for the Mountaineers.
Yeah, a loss of 6 there.
They're going to try a field goal.
Yeah, a long field goal from Popa from the 29. So this is a 39-yard attempt. Snap back, ball down, the kick up. It's high enough. Is it long enough? It was, but it was wide to the right. It is no good. So the Cubs with a defensive stand.
And Benji, those laces were facing you and I. They did not get turned around.
Okay, so laces were not out.
No, they were not. They were facing the home sideline.
Well, that defensive stop Brought to you by Heritage Tractor, with equipment ranging from utility tractors to recreational vehicles. Heritage Tractor, working hard to find the right product for you. A big stop there for the Monett Cubs, and they'll take over with 37 seconds left. They'll have it at the 20-yard line. Washik will work out of the shotgun. Looking left, firing left, and it is behind Nessa Road, incomplete.
Yeah, ball just goes through his hands, incomplete. So bring up 2nd and 10.
Keep in mind, Washik throwing at about a 68% completion rate for the year.
Very impressive for how much he throws the ball.
2nd down and 10. 2 Cubs line up, wide right, 3 to the left. Washik will look left, now right, under pressure, and he's going to go down back near the 10-yard line.
That's another sack for the Mountaineers, that time number 64, Gavin Mace.
It's a loss of 7 yards. And this should take us to the end of a scoreless first quarter as the clock rolls and we hit the end of the first period of play. Our score after one, well, we're scoreless. The Cubs 0, the Mountaineers 0. We'll be back with second quarter action after this timeout. With facilities in Monett and Cassville, Wintech is an employee-owned company that provides standard and custom products to multiple markets within the construction industry. No score after one. Who would have thought that? We were talking about fireworks tonight, and so far the defensive have kind of ruled.
Yeah, Wooms to thunk it.
Yeah. You know, but you think back to last week, it was only 7-0 Cassville, and by halftime it was 28-28.
So yeah, we still got a lot of football left to play and probably a lot of points to be had.
Cubs will face 3rd and 17.
Gotta have a good pass protection when you play this style of ball. Mountaineers have been able to penetrate that so far early in this one.
Washik will empty the backfield. Back to pass. Looks down the middle, fires for Seitz, and this one is broken up. It's incomplete.
Yeah, Seitz almost had to kind of turn into a defender. It was overthrown and almost intercepted by number 11, Garrison Nordyke.
Yeah, Nordyke went up to get that one, and as you said, the offensive player turns into the defensive player in a play like that. And that forces the Cubs into a punting situation as they face 4th down and 17 from the 13-yard line. So Umfleet on to kick it away with a breeze out of his back. Standing at about the 1, gets a good snap, and the kick away is a low-line drive kick that hits and scooped up at the 47. Return inside the 45 to the 40, and he'll go down at about the 39. Good return there for the Mountaineers. 34-yard punt and a return down inside the 35.
Logan Cole and Aiden Rivera with the tackle. Mountaineers have good field possession.
34-yard line is where this drive will begin. So Hunter Dawson right back out onto the field as the Cubs go 3 and out on that drive. Dawson tonight 5 of 9 passing. He's used 4 different receivers. He'll work under center this time. We'll see if he'll go to Conway here. Yes, it will be Conway running left. And Conway hit near the line of scrimmage. The pile moves forward down to about the 31 for a gain of 3.
Yeah, just try to keep the legs turning for extra yards. Camden Tolles and Tucker Anderson in on the stop.
2nd down and 7 upcoming for the Mountaineers, just underway here in the second quarter. And a reminder, the second quarter brought to you by Wintech. Mountaineers kind of in a different look here. 2 wide receivers and kind of overload the left side of the line. They'll hand to Conway running left, and Conway able to surge down near a first down. He needed 7, and I think he picked up what he needed for a first down here.
Aiden Rivera brought him down. It's pretty close.
We'll see if they give him a first down.
I don't think they did. Looks like they're saying 3rd down.
Oh, we might have our first measurement of the season. How about that?
In week 9.
Yeah, they're going to bring the chains out. This measurement brought to you by the Clark Mental Health Center. At the Clark Center, they proudly serve the Southwest Missouri region with compassionate behavioral health services with offices in Berry, Lawrence, and Dade counties. They are close to home and there to support you. Ryan, you keeping an eye on this measurement?
I am. I think even the refs are a little rusty. They haven't had to do this in a while. He's short.
Yeah, so we'll say a gain of 6 for Conway.
I mean, it's close.
You know, I did a playoff game up here one Saturday, and it was at the old stadium. And it was so cold that when they brought the chains out, the chains broke. So we had a delay in the game when they had to redo the links in the chains. It was that cold.
Yikes.
Yeah. Now, my first broadcast ever 100 years ago was at the old stadium here at Mount Vernon, and it was 1,000 degrees that day. It was hot.
I played on that field. I was in 3rd grade, but then they got the new stadium.
Yeah. Beautiful facility here.
Yeah, massive upgrade. They did a great job.
3rd down and less than a yard. Just look for the quarterback to call his own number here, possibly. We'll see what the Mountaineers do. Instead, they'll hand to Conway, and Conway will get the first down to about the 21, a gain of 4.
Camden Tolles brings him down, but like you said, chains will move.
You know, it's like Coach Cox looking for something that'll work here. You know, he's first 2 drives, they kind of opened it up, and now it appears that they're going to lean on Conway for a while.
Well, yeah, make the Cubs stop you.
From the 21, stretch play to Conway, running to the right, hit and drives forward, and a flag comes out. This could be a holding penalty against the Mountaineers.
Yeah, Tucker Anderson beat his man, and it will be a holding penalty because that end was just trying to hold on for dear life.
That penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design, high-quality screen printing, and much, much more, delivered when you need it.
But you as the D-line and linebackers, when you blitz, you're the one that forces those holding penalties by beating your guy and making him have to do something to try to stay in front of you or hold you up.
Yeah, that offensive guy loses leverage against the defensive player, and then there's a sense of panic, and you reach out and grab the defensive player.
But yeah, you got to beat your guy first to make those penalties happen.
True. Absolutely. It's all about advantage, disadvantage, isn't it, on that line of scrimmage. 1st and 20 from the 31. Back to pass is Dawson. Under pressure, he's hit, and down he goes.
Camden Tolles, another sack to his name this year, along with number 50, Chris Calhoun.
That's all the way back to the 43, a loss of 12.
Well,
and that sack brought to you by Prime Cut with great smoked meats, fresh steaks, and much, much more. Stop by 101 East Cleveland in Monett when you need a single meal or full catering. Big play, Ryan.
Yeah, well, the Cubs got down there earlier on the first drive of the game, and then a sack, and penalties backed him up. Mount Vernon had a penalty, and then a sack, back him up.
Now it's important on 2nd and 33 that the Cubs keep the pressure on. Out of the shotgun, Dawson back to pass, rolls to the right, throws to the right. It's caught by Felton to the Cub 35 for a gain of 9 yards.
Kason Carr and Tucker Anderson in on the stop. 3rd down and long. But Mountaineers do have a kicker. He had enough distance on the last one, just wasn't down the middle.
Look at Old Glory, though.
It is blowing.
Yeah, blowing hard against the Mountaineers here. They have it 3rd down and 24 from the Cub 35-yard line. Mountaineers in no hurry here. I bet they'll call a timeout here to avoid a penalty.
Be their second of the half.
Timeouts brought to you by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. Stop by the office to get a free quote today. Stand behind Andy Brandt's shield of Shelter. Tonight's second quarter brought to you by Wintech. If you're interested in becoming an employee owner with a growing and thriving company, visit their website at wintechinc.com and click on the Careers tab to see current openings. Well, it'll be nice to see the Cubs come up with another stop if they're able to get it done, Ryan.
Yeah, you got to get it done. They had Castro backed up against the wall multiple times, and then Roark would happen, and he had a couple big touchdowns when they were backed up, or big plays that kept drives alive. You got to take those away. That's what we said in the keys to the game. Take away the big plays. Well, this is going to have to take a big play for them to get the first down. Got to take it away. If you get a stop here, you put them in no man's land on 4th down. You're too close to punt. You're way too far for a field goal, and you're having to go for it on 4th and a mile. And that's when you can make something happen as a defense.
One thing that Monett needs to avoid here is a defensive penalty, and keep everything in front of them. 3rd and 24, as Hunter Dawson will work out of the shotgun. Brings motion from left to right, and he'll roll to the right, throws deep down the sideline, and the pass is caught inside the 5. Penalty flags are thrown. It's going to be defensive pass interference. 1st and goal, Mountaineers.
So a big play for the Mountaineers.
It's going to be a gain of 32 to Felton. And won a conversion there, a gain of 32. And we said 2 things. Don't let anybody get behind you and avoid a penalty, and the Cubs did both. So credit the Mountaineers to come up with a big play. A strong arm from Dawson and a good catch by Felton sets up 1st and goal from the 3. Mountaineers looking for a score. The ball comes out. It's recovered in the end zone for a touchdown. Recovered down there by Jackson Collier. So there was really no gain on the play until Collier recovered it. So I guess we'll give him a 3-yard touchdown on it.
Yeah, that's his touchdown.
So a fortunate break there for the Mountaineers as the Cubs defense came up with a potential turnover. But the tight end, the 190-pound junior tight end, Jackson Collier, Johnny on the spot, they say. Johnny on the spot, jumped on the ball, and the Mountaineers take an early lead. It's 6-0.
Yeah, that's one. You're just in the right place at the right time. You didn't have to do anything but fall on the ball. Touchdown.
Yeah.
Offensive lineman's dream.
Yeah.
But he's tied in, but as an O-lineman, you see the ball come out, they're all flying.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So a PAT upcoming, and it'll be Landon Popa out of the hold of Matthew Hoxton. Looking to tack on that 7th point. Snap back. Ball is blocked. It was a high snap, and it just messed up the timing completely. and the Cubs able to come up with a block.
Yep, so that'll make the score Mount Vernon 6, Monett 0. So Cubs offense will try to come back out and get the lead.
And we'll be back with more second quarter action after this quick timeout. You. 8:34 left here in the second quarter. The Mountaineers strike first. They lead it 6-0, and that missed extra point could loom large as we go through the remainder of this one. Right now, the Mountaineers will kick it away. Popa approaches the ball. It's a high but short kick that comes down, fielded at the 25, returned out to about the 27, and that's where Monett will set it up 1st and 10.
And Benj, I have a district score update for you. Bolivar at Logan Rogersville. The Liberators lead at 7-0 in the second quarter, but Rogersville is in the red zone.
Man, a win there by Bolivar could really change things in district standings. We'll keep an eye on that and throughout the evening. Monett has it. 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line. It's time to get the offense going here. Washik will work out of an empty backfield, back to pass. Has time, throws right. It's caught by Young, who cuts it up to the 30 and out to the 35 for a gain of 7.
Yeah, and then he's tackled by number 11, Garrison Nordyke.
Second down and 3 from the 35. Again, an empty backfield with 3 Cubs to the right and 2 to the left. Washik back to pass, fires, has sights, 1st down and more as he tumbles his way near the 50.
Tripped up by number 6, Ty Orr.
That was enough for another ASI 1st down. All the way out to the 48-yard line. Washik, screen pass. Nice grab there by Meeks, who is able to get into Mountaineer territory down to the 46 for a gain of 6 yards.
Yeah, he kind of caught that one with his fingertips before he was brought down by Kruger and Dawson.
Meeks with only 2 catches here early. Make it 3 as he catches this one for another ASI 1st down.
Yeah, trying to fight for extra yardage, and then he's pushed out of bounds.
From the 46 down to the 38, a gain of 8 for Meeks. Well, they go to the 36, so we'll call it a gain of 10. 1st and 10 for the Cubs. Again, all 1st downs brought to you by ASI Architectural Systems Incorporated. Middle screen to Umfleet, makes the catch down to about the 30 for a gain of 6.
That's a good 1st down play there. You get 6 yards, make it 2nd and 4, and that's where you want to be after 1st down.
Umfleet's 1st catch of the evening. He's a little slow getting up. Kind of has a hitch in his giddy up as he'll jog to the sideline.
He was expecting to stay in, so I think he's all right. Just take a quick breather and then be back in.
From the 31, Washik back to pass, fires right side. It's caught. Is that Young out there or is it Sights?
I believe it was Young. Yes, it was.
Young. Close to a 1st down.
Yeah, similar build, and those 2 and 8 start looking very similar at distance.
It will be enough for a 1st down. Cubs 9th of the game. Again, Architectural Systems Incorporated sponsor Monett Cubs 1st downs. From the 24-yard line, Washik back to pass. He's going to throw it deep left side for Sights.
And it's broken up, and Sights unable to bring it in. Number 35, Griffin Cordray, swatting the ball away. It was 1-on-1.
My kingdom for a window right here.
Nice wall.
It is a good wall. Good tag team effort there, though. 2nd down and 10 from the 24. Washik straight back, screen pass. Meeks makes the catch, makes a man miss to the 20, to the 15. Still on his feet and leans down to about the 12 for another first down.
Alex Meeks just doing what he does. Good yards after the catch, gets the first down. Cubs fighting, but they have got to finish the drive.
They have to. And Meeks is starting to heat up. 4 catches now for 34 yards. From the 12. Swing pass to Courtois. Makes a guy miss and is able to get down to about the 8 for a gain of 4.
A flag does come out, resting on the 0 of the 10. Probably going to be holding.
Man, just ill-timed penalties. Cubs have been driving right down the field, staying ahead of the chains, and now a 10-yard penalty will set them back. Their Cubs with their 5th penalty here in the first half.
Just can't happen.
1st and 20 now from the 22. Let's keep our eyes on Meeks here. He's lined up wide to the right. Nessel Road wide to the left. See if the Cubs can get one of those guys hooked up one-on-one here.
Well, Meeks does hold a good size advantage over Isaac Hernandez.
Yeah, I was going to say the very same thing. So we'll see if Washik looks for Meeks here. From the 22-yard line. Back to pass, Washik. He throws over the middle. It's caught by Meeks. He spins his way inside the 5. Should be enough for a first down.
Yeah, he's down close to the 2-yard line. Or he might be closer to the 1. Cubs getting the play in quick. Courtois going to be the back in the pistol formation.
Ball down to the 1. The Cubs pick up their 11th first down. Again, first down's brought to you by Architectural Systems Incorporated. About the 2-yard line as we look on. Washik back to pass, fires right side. Pass is caught for the touchdown.
Miles Young reels it in, and he gets another receiving touchdown on the year.
We'll say it's a 2-yard touchdown. And the Cubs have knotted the score 6-6 with the PAT upcoming, a timeout on the field. A reminder that touchdowns brought to you by law offices of Randall, Mastery, and Randall. With over 80 years of experience, the team at Randall, Mastery, and Randall will handle your legal matters effectively. Call 417-235-8688 for all your legal and title service needs. The upcoming Extra Point, sponsored by Home Shield Pest Control. You'll get quality customer service, affordable prices, and a pest-free guarantee at Home Shield Pest Control. Serving Monett and the surrounding area, call 417-772-4177 to schedule your next visit. And a reminder that first downs are brought to you by Architectural Systems Incorporated. ASI can turn any concept involving metal into reality. Boy, I wish the Cubs would call a timeout after every touchdown so I could read those ads with that kind of time.
That make it easier for you?
Oh my gosh, yes.
You got to talk like Slim Shady to get it all out in time.
I know, it's like
Usually.
going at like 78 RPMs, and I like to go at about 45. Well, Cubs now will go for 2. They got Umfleet lined up in the backfield.
They got the ball sitting at the hash, heavy to the right.
Umfleet will take the snap. He's in a peck of trouble. Breaks a tackle, however, and looking to throw it late. It's caught. Meeks into the end zone. I'm waiting for a flag here. I don't see one. The 2-point conversion is good, and I'm shocked that there wasn't an illegal man downfield there.
They were lucky they were so close to the goal line. Otherwise, there definitely would have been. And the play just being hectic, they didn't see the lineman moving down. But 2-point conversion is good. Monett takes an 8-6 lead. Umfleet did a good job there. Obviously designed run. He just kind of scrambling around. Meeks just pops free. Hey, I'm open. Umfleet gives him the ball, and he scores.
You know what? It looked like backyard football is what it looked like. And it worked.
It worked.
You know, that's just a couple good athletes making something happen. And the Cubs now lead at 8-6 with 5:45. And I said it's time to get the offense started. And, boy, the Cubs listened there. Hinojosa will kick it away here as he's got it teed up at the 40. We'll see what he does with his kick here. It'll be an onside kick, and it is a free ball, and it is covered by the Monett Cubs.
Number 21, Ben Tate with the recovery. And so just like that, Mount Vernon goes from being up 6-0 to now trailing 8-6, and Monett gets the ball back.
I'm telling you what, Hinojosa has that onside kick down to an art.
You were curious beginning of the year. He was kind of struggling. He figured it out, though.
Well, yeah, because in these first kicks of the season, they didn't go more than 2 yards.
He knew he was just getting the feel for it, and he's got it down now.
I tell you, that was perfect.
That's a skill. They got to bounce that ball just right, and now the offense has good field position and all the momentum.
From the Mountaineer 38-yard line, Washik back to pass, fires left side, and off the fingertips of Nesserode incomplete.
Well, Nesserode kind of slipped when he went to make his cut, too, so that threw the timing off.
It's going to be second down and 10 from the 38. 5:39 left here in the second quarter. Monett on top, 8-6, looking for more. Well, this could be big if the Cubs can cash in back-to-back drives. 3 receivers wide to the left, 2 to the right as Washik works out of the shotgun. Back to pass. Has time, throws right, pass caught by Meeks, and Meeks slides down to the 30-yard line for a gain of 8.
Be about 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. See where they spot it.
Yeah, I'm going to wait and see. It looks like 3rd and 2. From inside the 30, handoff goes to Umfleet. Umfleet backpedals his way to the 25 for another ASI first down.
Be a fresh set of downs for the Cubs, moving the chains. Yeah, you don't need to force it. You got the lead. Just go on a drive and punch it in.
Yeah, and you know you're in 4-down territory here. So play call accordingly. You don't need to get it all at once. Cubs have it at the 25, 1st and 10. Washik with an empty backfield, back to pass. Fires left side, caught by Seitz, 15, down to the 10, and drives down to about the 6 for a gain of 19 yards.
That was Seitz doing a great job. Ran a good route, keeping a hold of the ball as the Mountaineers tried to strip it away. Felton brought him down.
Where'd they put him down? About the 7, I think. Yeah, they'll put him at the 7. 1st and goal for the Cubs. Cubs now with 13 first downs here in the first half.
They've moved the ball well. They just haven't been able to finish drives in the first quarter. Second quarter, they finally get on the board, trying to get on the board again.
Umfleet now will line up as a tailback behind Washik. Washik back to pass. Fires deep right side, and the pass is broken up, incomplete.
Yeah, good defensive play by Ja'Kai Kruger.
Yeah, Kruger timed that in very well, was able to knock it away. Stopping the clock with 4:20 left here in the second. Cubs have it 2nd and goal from the 7. Again, Umfleet, the tailback behind Washik. Back to pass Dillon. Gets Umfleet to the 5 and into the end zone, but this is going to come back a holding penalty again as a flag flies as Umfleet crossed the goal line.
Yeah, going to be another costly penalty, taking points off the board.
And again, once they start throwing those flags, they'll keep throwing them.
Oh, because then they start looking for it.
That's the 6th penalty, and I believe 5 of them have been holding penalties against the Cubs here in the first half. So instead of a touchdown, it's 2nd and goal from the 17. Now Washik will work out of the empty backfield. Back to pass with time. Steps up in the pocket. He's going to run to the 15, down to the 10, and up into there after a gain of about 6 yards.
Cordray with the hit on Washik.
Third down and goal from the 11 after a gain of 6. 3 receivers wide to the right, 2 to the left. Here on third and goal. Washik looks to the right, slant pass to Meeks, and he's into the end zone for the score.
No flags that time. Alex Meeks gets a receiving touchdown. Monett's got the opportunity to go up 2 scores with a 2-point conversion.
11 yards for Alex Meeks. 7 left here in the second. Monett leads it 14-6. A reminder that the touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Mastery, and Randall. With over 80 years of experience, the team at Randall, Mastery, and Randall will handle your legal matters effectively. The extra point was sponsored by Home Shield Pest Control. You'll get quality customer service, affordable prices, and a pest-free guarantee at Home Shield Pest Control. The upcoming kickoff sponsored by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri. With branches in 7 locations, Freedom Bank has met a wide variety of your banking needs since 1999. And a reminder that tonight's second quarter brought to you by Wintech. With facilities in Monett and Cassville, Wintech is an employee-owned company that provides standard and custom products to multiple markets within the construction industry. Another onside kick, kind of a squib kick that's fielded by the Mountaineers at their 40, returned out to about the 45, so Mount Vernon will have it 1st and 10.
Now, Benji, having Irwin in here with this, that's the first time I got to see the Heritage Tractor replay graphic. It's pretty cool.
Really? Yes. Yeah.
Open and closed like a lens.
I love it. I love it. As Irwin turns the dials down there, he's the best in the business, I'm telling you.
I've told you at Pitt State he does the job of 6 people.
I don't doubt it. And I go back and watch some of our games, and the stuff that he does is tremendous. We love having Irwin with us. Here's a handoff to Conway running left, and he is stacked up after a gain of maybe 3 yards.
Logan Cole in on the stop. 3:20 remaining for the Mountaineers offense.
Boy, how big would it be here for the Cubs to get a takeaway or another stop here? They lead by 8. It's 14-6. Mountaineers jump to a 6-0 lead. The Cubs have scored twice since. Motion from left to right. Jet sweep coming near side. The Cubs stretch out the play. A short gain by Nordyke. Nordyke hurdles a man. Well, he actually dove forward to the 49 for a gain of 1.
August Black with the stop. Yeah, can't say hurdle because then you're saying they committed a penalty in the state of Missouri now.
That takes away one of my verbs.
I think it passed in 2019, if you want that fact.
Okay.
Don't quote me. I think that's correct, though.
So, but he can dive.
You can dive over.
Okay.
You can dive over people. You can't jump over people.
3rd down and 5. Back to pass. As the quarterback scrambling now, and he will pick up a 1st down. Hunter Dawson ran it out to the right, got down to the Cub 44. He needed 5. He picked up 7.
Black escorts him out of bounds. Cubs will bring on an extra defensive lineman now. They had an extra D-back in the last play.
Mountaineers pick up their 7th first down of the contest. 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers from the Cub 44. The clock stopped with 2:21 left here in the second quarter. Dawson out of the shotgun, back to pass. Under pressure, setting up a screen, gets it to Conway, breaks the tackle, he's to the 40, down to the 35, down inside the 30. It should be enough for a 1st down.
Black with another tackle, but the Mountaineers are going to move the chains again. Nice screenplay call by Coach Cox. Coach Cox has won a few games in his career.
He has. From the 44 to the 28, a gain of 16. Dawson rolls to the left, throws it deep left side, has a man, it's caught. That is, I'm going to say Cordray. Cordray with a catch inside the 5.
Carr with the tackle, but Cordray ran a good route, got behind him. Now the Mountaineers' chance to score. Clock just under 2 minutes. Mount Vernon might slow down here and let some of this clock tick.
Yeah. Cordray with a gain of 23 on that play, down to the 2. And now the Mountaineers kind of pump the brakes, as you said, as they want to run clock. The Cubs without a timeout remaining. Handoff goes to the tailback Conway, who plunges forward, knocked down short of the goal line for a gain of 1.
It's not the worst thing for Mount Vernon. You get to chew more clock.
You remember their only touchdown earlier was on a fumble recovery in the end zone.
Well,
yeah.
Monett Mount Vernon will have everything.
Yeah, exactly. You can't count on that every time.
Yeah. It's like Monett Casper, where about anything can happen in the game.
Yeah, and it will, without question. So the Mountaineers in no hurry here as the game clock inside 50 seconds left. Run to the left side. Touchdown, Mountaineers. It was the quarterback that took it in. Yeah, Dawson scores from 1 yard out.
Chance to tie the game if they go for 2. Let's see. I would imagine they would.
Yeah, after that missed extra point or blocked extra point, Mountaineers chasing points here now, down by 2. They do keep the offense on the field as Dawson gets the play call in from the sideline. 42 seconds left here. Cubs momentarily lead at 14-12. Dawson will work out of the shotgun. Conway in motion. Pass into the end zone is at the feet of the intended receiver, and it is incomplete. Shane unable to come up with it. 42 seconds left here in the first half. Monett leads at 14-12. Back after this quick timeout. Cool. Mountaineers to kick it away. Popa puts his right foot into it and angles the kick out of bounds. And that's a break for the Cubs as they'll get good field position to start this drive. They only have 42 seconds, but that's time for the Cubs to move the ball.
Well, last week I said don't score too fast, and then on the first play of that drive, it went 70 yards to the end zone. You could score fast now.
Yeah, absolutely. Cubs will have great field position at the 35 after that kickoff went out of bounds. I think it's at the 35, isn't it?
Yes,
yeah.
It should be.
And they will set it up there as Washik will come back in. Sets up with kind of a bunch look to the left.
And now they're going to move it to the middle.
Okay.
And now it's going back. We don't know where we're going.
Looks like they'll set it up on the left hash mark. Meeks lines up wide to the right. Like I said, kind of a bunch look here to the left side. Washik back to pass. Rolls to the right with time. Throws deep over the middle. Nesserode with a catch into Mountaineer territory to the 30. to the 25, to the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Monett Cubs.
And what a play by Carson Nesselrode. Brought in a catch, took a hit, stayed on his feet, made a couple men miss, beat another to the pylon, and the Cubs score. No flags, just like that one play.
Well, did they score too quick?
Nah, the defense, I would hope, can hold 27 seconds.
What a play by Nesselrode. He was open, but once he caught it, he took a big hit, spun out of that would-be tackle, then kind of high-stepped away from another one and raced down the left side, was tackled near the goal line, but was able to get in for the score. And the Cubs will go for two. Washik out of the shotgun. Looks to the left. Now scrambles right. Still with it. And hit, slings it late. Kind of hook shots it to the goal line, but it falls incomplete. I think we'll just keep it right here. What do you say?
Yeah, we'll do that.
27 seconds left here in the first half. Cubs lead it 20-12. That touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Mastery, and Randall. With over 80 years of experience, they will handle your legal matters effectively. Call 417-235-8688. The Extra Point sponsored by Home Shield Pest Control, serving Monett and the surrounding area. Call 417-772-4177 to schedule your next visit. The upcoming kickoff sponsored by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri, with branches in 7 locations. Freedom Bank has met a wide variety of your banking needs since 1999. Okay, now kick the ball in bounds.
Yeah, kick it deep. You can boot this one.
Yes.
And he's shown he has a leg, too. They've had him kick it deep before, and he can boot it.
Hinojosa has it teed up. And this is a high end-over-end kick that falls and takes a Cub bounce inside to 5 and finally into the end zone for a touchback. That was really close again.
Yeah, I had that one last week that only went in by about a football length. It almost checked up, but that one rolls in. The Mountaineers will come out after the touchback with 27 seconds left. I don't imagine they try to do anything too crazy.
You just had to say it, didn't you?
That is Coach Cox.
Well, the Cubs should probably have some safeties 25 or 30 yards deep here. 1st and 10 from the 20. Here's a handoff to Conway, running left to the 25, and he's stacked up at the 27 after a gain of 7 yards.
And whistles blow. It's going to be a timeout. Mount Vernon with 18 seconds left.
Interesting.
If you're going to go score, I think you get a little more aggressive than just the handoff play on first down.
Yeah, but I could see maybe a draw, but that wasn't even a draw. That was a stretch play. Or you could do a screen, something conservative. You don't want to turn it over, obviously.
No, you don't want to turn it over, but, I mean, if you're going to risk it, you got to go.
Well, you know, and I've seen Tom Cox do some interesting things, and you could see a what's it called, a hook and lateral.
You could.
You know,
I mean, he's been coaching longer than my lifetime, so, I mean, he's been places.
And, you know, I broadcast football with him for a couple years when he was out of coaching for a while.
Yeah, he took a little break.
He was selling insurance back in the day. And he'd come, and I learned lots from Tom Cox, broadcasting with him.
He's a Southwest Missouri legend when it comes to high school football.
He is.
Won a lot of games, very well respected in the coaching community.
And deservedly so, you know.
Innovative.
Yes. And really just a good guy and a funny guy to be with. Mountaineers 2nd down and 3 from their 27. Come out with 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Dawson back to pass, scrambles to the right, winds up, fires deep into triple coverage, and it is incomplete.
And 9 seconds will be left on the clock. Intended receiver was number 81, Coy Felton. Should have been intercepted.
Could have been intercepted. Boy, when they open that door, I'm so thankful we're indoors.
Thank you to our friends at Mount Vernon.
Yes, no doubt, for their help in their hospitality tonight. 3rd down and 3. 9 seconds left before halftime. Dawson will give on a draw to Conway. He has a 1st down and more and is able to get out to the Cub 45-yard line. A gain of 18 yards, and that should just about take care of it.
There's 1 second on the clock. I think they're lining up to try to get one off. The receivers are too far down the field anyway.
They should be winding the clock. What are we waiting for here? Oh,
chain
gang. I think they're going to go ahead and wind the clock here, though, and the Mountaineers are heading to the locker room, as are the Cubs. That will take us to intermission. Our score at halftime: the visiting Monett Cubs 20, the Mount Vernon Mountaineers 12. We'll be back with our halftime show after this timeout. Talent wins games, but teamwork wins championships. The same can be said when you buy or sell a home in the Monett area, and the RE/MAX team has that covered. It's time for tonight's prize giveaway. Silver Dollar City, along with the Talon Sports Network and the Children's Smile Center in Aurora, have teamed up to send you on an SDC adventure. Thousands of local families covered by Medicaid have been turning to Children's Smile Center for many years to get quality dental care for their children. If your child is covered by Medicaid, contact Children's Smile Center for an appointment. They will treat you like family. Be the first to call 417-489-2277. Again, that's 489-2277. And say the halftime score. It's Monett 20, Mount Vernon 12, and you'll receive a one-day pass for two for the 25 season to Silver Dollar City. Good luck to all our listeners, and remember, you can win once per year. Ryan, an exciting first half. I'm going to turn it over to you to look at the scoring summary in quarters 1 and 2.
Yeah, not as busy as it was last week, but still been a fun one so far. Mount Vernon got started off. No scores in the first quarter, but second quarter, 8:34 mark, Jackson Corrier would have a 3-yard touchdown fumble recovery. And then a blocked extra point made it 6-0 Mount Vernon. Cubs would answer at the 5:45 mark. Miles Young have a 2-yard touchdown catch. Then Colin Umpley would have a little backyard football scramble drill and threw it to Alex Meeks, the 2-point conversion, making it 8-6 Cubs. They'd then recover an onside kick, go down the field at the 3:37 mark. Alex Meeks would have an 11-yard touchdown catch, making it 14-6 after a failed 2-point conversion. Mount Vernon would answer with 42 seconds left. Hunter Dawson, 1-yard touchdown run, making it 14-12 after the Cubs stopped the 2-point conversion. Then, just one play in the drive, 27 seconds left. Carson Nusselrode had a 65-yard touchdown catch where he had to really work for it to make your halftime score, the Monett Cubs 20, the Mount Vernon Mountaineers 12.
Thank you, sir. The Cubs lead by 8 as we move along here at halftime. We'll be back with more of the RE/MAX Monett halftime show after this timeout. The team at RE/MAX knows the market, area schools, and local communities, both as agents and as neighbors. Reach out to RE/MAX to find the perfect agent to meet your needs. Congratulations to tonight's lucky winner, Justin Hohensee. He called in and was able to come up with the score at halftime, 20-12. Congratulations to Justin and all of our winners throughout the season. Tonight's halftime scoreboard is brought to you by MetaPlans Plus, certified to offer Medicare and Marketplace plans in Missouri, Kansas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Illinois, and Michigan. I'm going to turn it over to my broadcast partner, Ryan McCall, and he'll take a look at some important scores from throughout the area.
Benji, it's shaping up to be a really, really great week in Southwest Missouri. We're going to start off in conference play. Aurora at Cassville. Wildcats lead at 28-7. McDonald County at East Newton. Mustangs lead 14-0. Pleasant Hill at Nevada. Pleasant Hill leads at 12-7 over there. We're going to bounce outside of conference. We'll come back.
Oh, you got a big score for Seneca and Lamar.
Highland, Arkansas at Marshfield. They're knotted up at 14 in district play. West Plains at Carl Junction. Kind of battling for some top spot there. They're tied at 17 at the half. Bolivar at Rogersville. This is a big one. They're tied at 7 at the half. Now we'll go back to the Big 8. Seneca at Lamar. 14 all at halftime.
Unbelievable. The
What
number
a
of
week.
ties. A number of ties. So we're looking at the last half of the regular season having a great impact on a lot of district seeds.
Would you want it any other
No,
way?
it's the way that it is.
There's going to be some sort of upsets tonight.
You would think with that many tie scores or that many close scores, some upsets are going to happen.
This year in football, high school, college, NFL, doesn't matter the level, anybody's been able to beat anybody.
That's absolutely true. And that makes this 8-point lead look big tonight.
Yeah.
And we know much different than that because both of these schools here tonight, both of these teams, they can put up points. Right now the Cubs lead at 20-12. We will slip away and come back with more of the RE/MAX Monett halftime show after this quick timeout. Here, 3rd and 13. Washik back to pass. Has time. Fires left side. Caught by Nessel. Washik back to pass. Looks left. Hits Nesselrode. To the 8, a gain of 16. Dawson rolls to the left. Throws it deep left side. Has a man. It's caught. That seconds left. Run to the left side. Touchdown, Mountaineers. It was the quarterback that took it in. 1st and 20 from the 31. Back to pass is Dawson. Under pressure. He's hit, and down he goes.
Camden.
1st and goal from the 3. Mountaineers looking for a score. The ball comes out. It's recovered in the end zone for a touchdown. Washik straight back, screen pass. Meeks makes the catch, makes a man miss to the 20, to the 15. Still on his feet and leans down. Back to pass, Washik. He throws over the middle. It's caught by Meeks. He spins his way inside the 5. Should be enough for a field.
They got the ball sitting at the hash, heavy to the right.
Umfleet will take the snap. He's in a peck of trouble. Breaks a tackle, however, and looking to throw it late. It's caught. It'll be an onside kick, and it is a free ball, and it is covered by the Monett Cubs.
Number 21, Louis Tate.
Max Monett halftime show. Come see the team at Remax, located at 855 Highway 60 in Monett. Here at halftime, the Cubs lead at 20-12. A quick look at halftime stats. First of all, for the Monett Cubs, Cubs ran the ball 7 times for 16 yards in the first half, but had 24 completions on 37 attempts for 296 more. So the Cubs rack up 320 yards of offense in the first half. Monett with 14 first downs. They had no turnovers, 6 penalties for 55 yards, and 1 punt for a 34-yard average. For the Vernon Mountaineers, 19 rushes for 55 yards, 9 of 14 passing for 120 more, so the Mountaineers with 175 yards of offense in the first half. 10 first downs for Mount Vernon. They did have 1 turnover as they miscued on an onside kick, 2 penalties for 15 yards, and 1 punt for 48 yards. Individually, for the Monett Cubs, a quick look there. They were led on the ground by Colin Umfleet, 11 yards on just 3 carries. Washik, as we said, with big numbers tonight with 3 touchdowns. His leading receiver in the first half, catch this, get the pun there, Carson Nesselrode, 8 receptions, 153 yards, and a touchdown. A big first half for Carson here tonight. Alex Meeks started slowly, got hot late, 74 yards and a touchdown on 7 catches. Miles Young, 3 catches, 15 yards, and a score. Braden Seitz, 51 yards on 4 catches, and Colin Umfleet with 6 yards on 1 reception. So Cubs on top, 20-12. They've outgained the Mountaineers 320 to 175. We're going to go ahead and shift gears now and talk a little bit about college football. It was a good news, bad news story for you last week, Ryan. You got 7 out of 10 picks right.
Usually, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good, but Irwin had 8 right. So congratulations to Irwin. But both of you are looking up at the old man. He had 9 out of 10 right.
Who did your picks, though, you or your wife?
Well, it was a lot of me last week because she was really, really busy, but she thought I did a really good job with these. So, but she would have took Georgia Tech over Duke, and if that's the case, I'd have probably went 10 for 10.
Well,
but
maybe she should have had her own name in the hat this year.
Yeah, well, you know what? Going forward, maybe we'll do that.
And she'd probably win.
She probably will. Now let's talk about this week. Ole Miss at Oklahoma. You and I went with the Sooners. Irwin went with Ole Miss.
I'm going to be there. I'll make sure it's done.
Yeah, you're going to have some fun. Yes. So that will be a good game. Defense for Oklahoma versus that potent offense from Mississippi.
It's going to be muddy. Grass field at Oklahoma, going to be rainy.
So that'll help the defense.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking. Good call.
I've seen Trinidad play in person before when he was at Ferris State. Against Pitt State, he had 2 turnovers, got benched, taken a fumble, came back, only scored 3 points.
There you go. Kansas State at Kansas. We all went with the Jayhawks in that one.
They're due to win the Sunflower Showdown. The state of Kansas, all the Jayhawk fans, they want them to beat the Wildcats. Go with the Jayhawks.
Auburn at Arkansas. You and I went with the Razorbacks. Irwin went with Auburn. Auburn hasn't been able to get out of their own way this year in close games.
No, give me Bobby P.
Vanderbilt and Missouri. You and I went with the Commodores. Irwin went with the Tigers.
You always try to go with the reverse psychology.
Well, we'll see. That's going to be a good game. Obviously, number 10 versus number 15. It'll be interesting.
I'm trying to get different games than you so I can try to catch back up, and then you do the same one.
Well, you know, Yeah, you got a shot, though. BYU and Iowa State, he went with the Cougars. Irwin did. You and I
Good
went
team.
with the Cyclones.
Great team there.
Texas A&M at LSU, we all went with the Aggies there. We all went with Texas over Mississippi State.
Could be a close game. Mississippi State's going to get somebody in the SEC this year.
Yeah, let's do it now, not against the Tigers of Missouri. South Florida at Memphis. I went with Memphis there, even though South Florida probably has the better team, but they're playing on the road, and we saw what Memphis did to Arkansas at home. I went with Memphis.
It should be a really good game. I think game day should have went there, but
Oh, I disagree with that, but we'll move on. Illinois at Washington. You guys went with the Fighting Illini. I went with Washington in that one.
I'll take the Illini. I think they get it done.
On the road, that's a tough place to play. A very loud stadium there. And then Houston and Arizona State, we all went with the Sun Devils there. The matchups this week in college football, not as good as they were a week ago, but still some really good games out there. You're going to see one of the better ones down in Norman.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a big one. I just think game day's not gone to anyone smaller this year. I felt like this would have been a good week to do it. A non-SEC and Big Ten teams.
Yeah, well, when's the last time they were at
They haven't.
Vanderbilt, though?
Well, I mean, that's fair, but they just did Vanderbilt in Alabama.
True. But,
So.
you know, and some people are complaining that ESPN's becoming SEC.
Well, you know what else is this week?
What's that?
North Dakota State, South Dakota State. You could have had the FCS number 1 versus number 2.
Well, they traveled up there last
They
year or
have
the
been
year
there,
before,
yes.
you know, because I remember they were with the Bison.
They've done that before. They've also done the Montana Showdown before. That was a good game as well. And then you have the biggest rivalry in D2 this week as well, Ferris State versus Grand Valley State in the Anchor Bone Showdown. The Anchor Bone Classic, as they call it.
The what?
Anchor Bone Classic.
I'm going to have to look that one up. I believe you. I don't doubt you for a second, but I don't know what that is.
Well, Grand Valley State are the Lakers, and they have a little anchor as their logo. And Ferris State's the Bulldogs, so they got a bone.
Okay.
Anchor Bone.
Well, I don't know why ESPN's not going there.
2 Michigans goes, hey, Trinidad Chambliss, old team.
There you go. Well, you got to love college football. You know, I still think it's one of the greatest spectacles around.
They also have a trophy for the Anchor Bowl. It's
Very
played
nice.
since 72 every single year since then.
Okay. Well, maybe down the line they might make a trip up there, but tomorrow game day will be at Nashville.
Should be a good game. Should be
Yeah.
a fun one.
So,
And if the Commodores do win, I mean, they probably looking at the college football playoff.
yeah, and you know that coupled with what Indiana's doing,
Yeah.
you know, and I heard somebody talking about that. The fact that Clark Lee, is that his name at Vanderbilt?
Yes. Barkley.
And then the guy at Indiana,
Yeah, Coach Signetti.
they're putting pressure on all these other coaches to have immediate turnarounds in their programs.
They're winning. They're doing well. Missouri, a little bit tougher schedule, so even if they win, they got a couple more they got to get over. Vanderbilt, not too much left in front of them.
Well, Mizzou still has A&M,
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma,
You have another
Mississippi
one.
State.
They're
You know,
still
so
solid.
There's some good. Hey, let's face it. Just about everybody in the SEC is good.
Vanderbilt's done with theirs. That's the thing. They finished the gauntlet. This is their last one to get over.
I think they have one
They have
more
Tennessee, but, I mean,
in there. Tennessee's pretty good.
they got Tennessee, but, I mean, even if they lose that one, if they win this week, they're probably in.
Yeah, isn't that something? And you know what? Good for them.
Yeah.
And, you know, and good for the Missouri Tigers if they get there.
And the Vanderbilt coach grew up, lifelong Vanderbilt fan. He went to all the games as a kid. He wanted to see the program succeed, and now he's the man at the helm.
Well, not very many people can say that.
No, not very many coaches say, I coach my childhood team, and I'm the one that turned it around.
Well, you know, and I hate how they throw names out for the next coach at Florida or the next coach here or there. You know, let these guys coach.
I think he'd be a hard one to pull away from there just because of his loyalty to that place.
Well, we have moved along here at halftime, and we are ready for third quarter action. Third quarter brought to you by Cork Cattle Company, a one-stop shop for all your Hereford Black Angus and Charolais genetics needs. Cubs to kick it away. It's an onside kick, angled to the near side, fielded by the Mountaineers and returned into Cubs territory, and Mount Vernon will have great field position all the way down to the Cub 30.
Yeah, the Cubs ran past him. You got to make sure he doesn't recover that one first. And he got a great return off it, almost took it to the house, but brought down in great field position. Also, Benji, update for you. Clever and Springfield Catholic, the Irish, very good team this year, knotted up at 0 at halftime as well.
Well, of course. Why not another tie game? And here the Mountaineers, a touchdown and a 2-point conversion away from tying this one up, as they will start their drive at the 31. And here is the quarterback looking to throw it over the middle. It's caught inside the 25, a gain of about 8.
Yeah, it was complete to number 35, Griffin Cordray.
Looks like a gain of 7. That was a low throw that he took off his shoe tops. Gain of 7, down to the 24. It was a tough throw, rolling to the left and then throwing back across his body over the middle. Dawson will keep it himself, hitting the backfield, and down he goes, back around the 29-yard line.
Henry Reed getting in there for the TFL, and that's what the Cubs defense needed. That'll make it 3rd down and 8.
I don't know if he was wanting to get the ball to Conway or not. It was kind of an option play for him, and he chose wrong there as the Cubs able to bring him down actually almost to the 30. That's going to be a loss of 6 on that play. Bring up 3rd down and about 9 from the 30. Quarterback looking to throw, throws it over the middle, has his receiver Felton, and he'll be close to a 1st down.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to give Felton the 1st down from where the official's standing. And it will move the chains.
Boy, they needed about 8.5 and got just that. 1st and 10 from the 21. Cubs defense up against it here early in the 3rd. As Hunter Dawson will work out of the shotgun. Rolls to the right, throws it late, has Cordray to the right sideline. He rumbles down inside the 10 to the 9 for another 1st down.
Yeah, Cubs defense backed up against the wall early here. Going to need to find a way to either get a stop or a turnover.
It's going to be 1st and goal for the Mountaineers from the 9-yard line. Griffin Cordray with a good reception and run. Quarterback again looking to throw under a lot of pressure. Throws it up high and into the end zone, short of the end zone. In fact, it's caught. And is it a touchdown? It is for the Cubs. An unbelievable play by Coy Felton as he scores from 9 yards out.
Yeah, just thrown up for grabs, and Felton comes up with it and scores.
That one could have been intercepted. It could have been knocked down. But it fell into the hands of the receiver, who came back out of the end zone and caught it at about the 2 and then struggled into the end zone for the score.
2-point conversion coming up now.
Well, there's a lot of air time on that pass.
Yeah, as a defense, as a secondary, you got to get to that one. You either got to swat it down or come away with picks. But even if you don't, do not allow the receiver to come down with that one. A lot of defenders in the area.
Here's a handoff to the tailback, Conway, and Conway not able to get into the end zone. The defense makes a big stop. 9:55 left here in the 3rd. Cubs lead at 20-18. Back after this. Cattle Company, located 8 miles north of Pierce City on Highway 97. Be sure to call Kevin Kleinman at 417-850-5676 for additional information. Mountaineers to kick it away, teed up at the 40. End over end kick that comes down to the 22. Scooped up there, the return out near the 30, 31-yard line, and that's where the Cubs will take over. 1st and 10 at their own 31.
If Cubs offense going to get their first attempt here in the second half to try and go add on to their lead. if they can get a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, they could make it a 2-possession game.
Now keep in mind the Cubs shut out in the first quarter, working into the win. They scored 20, working with the win. They've got the win here in the third quarter.
They'll look to replicate what they did in the second. If they do that, I think they like where they're at.
They have it 1st and 10 at the 31. Washik back to pass, has time, now flushed and throws it late and out of bounds. It is incomplete. Pair of receivers out there.
Bring up 2nd and 10. He had time until he didn't.
Right, and then wisely got rid of it to avoid a sack. Stopping the clock with 9:42 left here in the third. Empty backfield for the Cubs as Dylan Washik will work out of the shotgun. Gets the snap straight back to pass. Hits Nesselrode, and he is hit immediately, and down he goes behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Mount Vernon snuck out that screen pass very well and immediately bringing down Nesselrode.
Loss of a couple for Nesselrode. Brings up 3rd and 12 from the 29, so a big play here for the Monett Cubs. Washik back to pass, has time, throws near side. It's caught by Seitz, and he'll be short of the first down, however.
Yeah, looks like they're going to mark him right at the 40. That's only a yard shy. So obviously go for it. So they give him a 39 actually. So 2 yards shy.
A stop in action here as one of the Mountaineer players leaves the playing field. Cubs face 4th and 2 from their 39. Obviously a huge play here if the Cubs go ahead and go for it here. Looking for a 4th down conversion, up by just 2 points. Washik takes the snap, looks to the right, fires to the right. Meeks was knocked off of his route, and the pass falls incomplete.
Mount Vernon offense will come on the field with good field position yet again. An opportunity to try to go down and gain the lead.
Yeah, the Mountaineers started their initial drive of the half at the Cub 31. They start this drive at the Cub 39. Just moments ago, the Cubs enjoyed a 20-12 lead. It's now 20-18. Hunter Dawson will work out of the shotgun. He has Conway to his right. He looks to throw, hits Cordray to the right side. It's the same play that they ran earlier, and he's able to get down inside to 25.
They're starting to really find success with that play. Little RPO action.
Yeah, they are finding him wide open there. You're right. It's that run pass option. He's going to run it again. This time the quarterback will run it, and he has running room down inside the 10. Spins into the end zone, touchdown from 23 yards out.
And just like that, the Mountaineers regain the lead back after not having it since early in the second quarter.
And that was easy for the Mountaineers, and they have found something here because they were looking to run the same play. The Cubs covered the receiver that time, and then the quarterback took off. Is there a flag on this play?
I don't see a flag down.
But I don't hear rejoicing either. So what's going on? I think it's a touchdown, but they haven't put the points on the board yet.
Well, there is a flag down. I see it. It's close to the Cubs D line. And they'd be against Monett.
Oh, legal participation. They have too many men on the field? Is that what happened? Well, then they should decline that and accept the touchdown. Is that right?
Yes.
touchdown is good at long last. And that's going to be penalized on the kickoff. It's interesting. Okay. Well, the Mountaineers lead at 24-20 now. And in 3.5 minutes, they've erased a deficit and have taken the lead. And will go for 2. Dawson will work out of the shotgun. Conway to his left. Dawson back to pass, throws right side. Diving catch is no good as it hits the ground. A great effort there by Felton, but the 2-point conversion, no good. 8:31 left, third quarter. Mountaineers regain the lead. It's 24-20. Back after this. Back-to-back touchdowns, and they've done it in rapid fashion. Ryan, the Cubs are going to have to find an answer to that run-pass option.
Yeah, they don't seem to have guys assigned to certain roles on that of who's got the quarterback, who's got the receiver. So they have kind of one guy trying to play both, and that's not going to cut it.
No, because the receiver's standing 2 or 3 yards from the sideline.
Yeah, and so it's really spread out, and if you take the quarterback, he'll just throw it out, and then he's got a lot of room to run. If you take the receiver, quarterback's going to take off like he did and go score.
This is a 15-yard penalty for illegal participation. So the Cubs need to be wary here. You know, we've seen this before, and then someone followed up with an onside kick. Instead, it's a high-end over-end kick that'll go through the end zone for a touchback. Where was that? Was that Seneca that did that?
Yeah, I think it was Seneca. And it was a big flip of momentum.
Yeah. Well, this time, no onside kick. The Mountaineers boot it through the end zone. The Cubs will take over at the 20. And it is absolutely imperative for the Cubs to get the offense going again.
Yeah, they just have to. You got to go score now. I mean, erase the last drive.
Handoff goes to Umfleet, running to the right. Across the 20, across the 25, and then out of bounds after a nice run on first down.
Yeah, good first down play. You get positive yards, make it 2nd and short. Now you have a lot of options. This is when you can take your shot plays. Well,
looks like putting down after a gain of 6. Washik will turn and give to Umfleet again with running room. He'll have enough for another ASI first down.
Yeah, that'll move the chains. Fresh set of downs.
From the 26 out to the 33, a gain of 7. 1st and 10 for the Cubs from the 33-yard line. Washik fakes the give, now rolls right, throws right, has Young. Young cuts it up across the 40, leans to the 42 for a gain of about 8.
Make it 2nd and 2. When you're 2nd and 3 or less is when usually you'll see Mock take a shot plays.
Instead, a handoff goes to Umfleet, who is hit and knocked down at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
He's a hard guy to figure out.
Yeah, like I said, I'd never play cards against him because I never figure out when his next play was. 3rd down and 2, handoff to Umfleet.
Courtois.
It's Courtois. Courtois cuts it across the 45. It should be enough for a first down. Cubs needed 3. They picked up 4.
Yeah, Courtois hit the hole and got enough for the first down. Haven't seen too much of sights in the backfield. It's been Umfleet and Courtois.
First down for the Cubs, brought to you by Architectural Systems Incorporated. 1st and 10 from the 46. Back to pass Washik. Screen pass to Nessa Road. Sidesteps a tackler. Lots of running room to the 40. Down to the Mountaineer 30. To the 20 and out near the 15.
Carson Nesselrode, I mean, he's just a dangerous weapon on the Cubs offense, making people miss. Picks up another huge gain.
39 yards for Nesserode as he approaches 200 yards receiving tonight, down to the 15-yard line. Cubs looking to get back into the lead here. They're down by 4, 24-20. Washik will turn and give to Courtois, running left side to the 15, to the 10, and down to the 9 for a gain of 6.
Courtois running the ball pretty solid here to start the second half.
It's going to be second down and 4 from the 9-yard line. Washik with an empty backfield. Back to pass. Throws into the end zone.
Touchdown
Touchdown
right in
Cubs.
sights in the corner of the end zone. Beats his man, goes up to get the ball, and Monett regains the lead just like that.
Sights from 8 yards out. Actually 9 yards out for the touchdown. And the Cubs regain the lead by a pair. It's 26-24. And they will go for 2.
Yeah, that wall makes it hard to see that corner.
Well, it really, really does. And they've scored twice down there, or have attempted passes there twice tonight.
I'm your eyes. I got you.
Thank you. 2-point conversion. Washik back to pass. Throwback pass. And it is caught by Umfleet. That play has been successful several times this year, and the Cubs' lead goes to 4.
And that's important because Mount Vernon will kick field goals, so you extend the lead to 4. Otherwise, you'd only been up 2 with the fail. Field goal would take the lead. Now you take away that option.
The touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall Massery and Randall with over 80 years of experience. Their team will handle your legal matters effectively. The successful extra point sponsored by Home Shield Pest Control. You'll get quality customer service, affordable prices, and a pest-free guarantee at Home Shield Pest Control. The upcoming kickoff sponsored by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri with branches in 7 locations. Freedom Bank has met a wide variety of your banking needs since 1999. Well, that's a good answer. Now it's on the defense.
Yeah, defense needs to respond. We'll see what they do on the kickoff. If they do another onside or they try to kick it deep.
Teed up at the 40. And it'll be an onside kick. And there's a scramble for the ball, I believe the Mountaineers, but now flags come out everywhere. What happened there? The ball didn't cover 10 yards, and a Mountaineer player was coming up to field it, and the Cubs just creamed him before he received it.
Yeah, that's going to be a penalty against Monett. And Mountaineers have good field position yet again.
The ball is resting at the Mountaineer 46, but flags litter the field closer to midfield. So,
well, it was like once one, they was late to be thrown, and then once one of them threw it, the rest of I'll join.
It was pretty clear. I think the Cubs got there a little early. So it's going to be a personal foul against the Cubs.
Oh, I agree. I saw it happen. I mean, he was hit around 8 yards. Yeah, you can't hit him till it goes 10, but still got cover.
Now, see, they're trying to figure out where do they mark it from. You know, they mark it from the spot of the infraction. If so, that's 15 yards from that point. And if that's the case, it'll be the third time in a row where the Mountaineers would start inside the 40. And it's going to be inside the 40 anyway. It's a 15-yard penalty on the Cubs. And the Mountaineers will take over at the 39-yard line. So that's 3 times in a row that they've started inside the Cub 40 since halftime.
Well, they scored on 2 of those. And an opportunity for the third.
Well, let's see if the Cubs defense can rise up here and make a big stop. See, and Tom Cox is wondering why isn't it marked off from the spot of the infraction. They marked it off from where the ball was recovered, so he's looking for an extra 6 or 7 yards here.
Well, that can make all the difference in the game sometimes.
Yep. Well, keep your eye on Cordray, because Cordray's been hot.
Well, let's see if they go back to that RPO play. It's been working.
He's out here in the slot, isn't he? Dawson at quarterback. looking to run it again. The Cubs, though, hit the quarterback down behind the line of scrimmage for a sack.
Camden Tolles adding to his sack total, and a flag comes out. And this one's very late. It's going to be a personal foul.
That was a loss of 5 on the play. And who's this going to be on, Ryan?
I would guess Monett, just from what I saw from my point of view.
We'll see where that's penalized from. Was it after the plays? Will the sack stand?
I believe it was after the play, and it's going to be a personal foul.
Might it be offsetting penalties? Yeah, they're going to pick up the, well, we're going to talk it over here. It's a dead ball, personal foul against the Cubs. And that's it. So probably marked off from the 44. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the sack stands.
And that took place well beyond the secondary. Where's that penalty?
Way downfield.
Way downfield, unneeded, away from the play. Mental error.
And it will be a first down for the Mountaineers, their 15th. And now the Mountaineers will have it at the 28-yard line, 1st and 10. And that wipes out a big defensive play. Quarterback back to pass, fires right side, it's incomplete.
Intended for Griffin Cordray.
Now, on the bright side, silver lining, the Cubs on that one play figured out that run-pass option.
They did. You're probably going to have to do it again and a few more times to prove to Tom Cox you can do it.
Well, you know, they went away from it on that play. We'll see what they do here on 2nd and 10. Cordray lines up in the slot. There are 2 other receivers to the right as well. Quarterback back to pass, fires, right side, caught out there inside the 20, down near the 15. That's Felton.
Yeah, Felton reels that one in, then gets yards after the catch.
From the 29 down to the 17 for a gain of 12. And another first down for the Mountaineers, their 16th. They have it at the 17-yard line. Clock is stopped, actually, at 5:50 left here in the 3rd quarter. In this back and forth affair. Dawson will work out of the shotgun, straight back to pass, pump fake. Has a man open over the middle. Touchdown, Cordray.
And the Mountaineers regain the lead with 5:44 left in the 3rd.
From 17 yards out. And another lead change here as Mount Vernon goes on top 30-28. And keep in mind, the Mountaineers are doing this into the breeze here in the 3rd quarter. PAT upcoming as Popa will attempt the kick. Snap back, ball down, the kick up. It's high enough, it's long enough, and it is good. 5:44 left here in the 3rd. Mountaineers 31, Cubs 28. Back after this quick timeout. Back to action here at Mount Vernon. Kickoff in the airfield and near the 25. Return out to about the 29 That's where the Cubs will take over. Third quarter tonight brought to you by Cork Cattle Company, a one-stop shop for all your Hereford, Black Angus, and Charolais genetics needs. Cork Cattle Company is located 1/2 mile south of Interstate 44, 8 miles north of Pierce City on Highway 97. Cubs down by 3. It's 31-28. They take over at their own 28-yard line. 2 receivers wide to the right, 2 to the left. Now Umfleet moves out of the backfield and lines up as a slot to the right. Washik back to pass, looks right. Now looks over the middle, has Nessa Road, and it goes through his hands. It's incomplete.
And he was off to the races if he reels that one in, just unable to. And Mount Vernon catches a break. Benji, I do have a score update for you. Fourth quarter, Rogersville leads Bolivar 14-7.
Boy, still a tight game there.
And Bolivar ball.
Nessa Road got between those safeties, and like you said, he could have been off to the races. Here's a handoff to Umfleet, running right. He's across the 30 to the 35, 40, 45, 50. Down the sideline he goes. 40 and down to the 30. Want to run by Umfleet.
Yeah, Umfleet gets a big chunk play there to go. And a nice gain for the Cubs. They'll be inside the 30. 5:24 remaining in the third. This third quarter's been full of action.
45 yards on that carry and a first down, another one. Sponsored by ASI. First and 10 from the Mountaineer 27-yard line. I've learned my lesson, Ryan. Washik will work out of the shotgun. Looking left, firing left. Has Nessa Road. Caught! Touchdown! Monett! From 27 yards out.
And Monett responds just like that. I mean, they are just trading shots in the third quarter.
27-yard touchdown pass from Washik to Nessa Road. And the Cubs now lead by 3. It's 34-31 with the two-point conversion upcoming. Great pass and a wonderful catch by Nessa Road. Washik has 4 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Nessa Road, the lone receiver to the left. And now a whistle stops action. And there is a delay of game against the Cubs.
Yeah, we'll free him up a little bit.
Yeah, create some more space for this two-point conversion. Washik in the shotgun now looks to the sideline to get the play call here on the two-point conversion. Cubs looking to go up by 5. Washik looking right, throws over the middle. It's caught by Meeks, and the two-point conversion is good. 5:19 left here in the third. The Cubs lead it 36-31. That touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Master and Randall. With over 80 years of experience, their team will handle your legal matters effectively. Be sure to call them for all your legal and title service needs. The Extra Point, sponsored by Home Shield Pest Control. You'll get quality customer service, affordable prices, and a pest-free guarantee at Home Shield Pest Control. Serving Monett and the surrounding area. Call 417-772-4177 to schedule your next visit. The upcoming kickoff sponsored by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri. With branches in 7 locations, Freedom Bank has met a wide variety of your banking needs since 1999. Well, Ryan, here we go. Buckle up, buddy.
Update, Logan Rogersville defeats the Liberators 14-7. And I got a fun one after this.
Kickoff is high end over end kick. Fielded at the 13. Returned down the left sideline. Lots of running room to midfield. And that one about went the distance. For crying out loud, the Mountaineers will have it out near their 47-yard line.
And with 1 second on the clock, the Lamar Tigers score a touchdown to put themselves down 1 to the Indians. PAT or two-point conversion pending.
Are you going to watch?
Yeah, I probably should.
That is unbelievable.
What a week.
That is the Lamar Tigers being the Lamar Tigers.
They scored with 1 second left on a pass play. And they're going for the win. They run a sweep play. He's got room, and he's in. The Lamar Tigers defeat the Seneca Indians 29-28.
What game are you broadcasting? I'm broadcasting both. Here's a handoff to the tailback for the Mountaineers. That's Conway, and Conway able to get it across the 50 to the 49 for a gain of 4. Are you absolutely sure?
I'm broadcasting 3 games right now.
That is unbelievable. The Tigers up in the Seneca Indians.
They found their mojo.
Yeah, and it started the night the Cubs visited.
Yeah.
Yeah, it absolutely did.
What a week.
Wow.
Let's see if the Cubs can take care of business here.
Mountaineers face 2nd and 6 from the Cub 49. Here's a handoff up the middle. It goes Conway, stacked up after a gain of just a yard.
Tolles in on the stop, along with Anderson.
You know what would help here? What would go a long way to help the Cubs? A turnover.
A turnover would be cool. We haven't seen one in a while.
But the Mountaineers just don't turn it over.
Well, that's Tom Cox's offense.
Yeah. 3rd down and 5 from the 48. Back to pass. Dawson scrambling. Throws it deep down the middle. Has a man wide open. It's caught at the 15. Down to the 10. And down to about the 6. A big play on 3rd down.
It was fumbled, but he recovered his own fumble.
Wow. 42-yard pass to Felton. And back and forth we go. 1st and goal from the 6. Boy, he was wide open, Ryan. If that pass would have been out there in front of him, he would have scored easily. Instead, he struggled down to the 6, and like you said, he fumbled and was able to jump on it. Quarterback will pitch to his tailback running to the right, and he is knocked out of bounds short of the goal line. Conway looking for the pylon, gets down to about the 3, I believe.
Cubs defense just got to dig your heels in here, bite down your mouth guard, and come away with something.
Let's see where they spot that ball. Looks like they're going to spot it at the 4, so that was a good effort from the Cub defense, only a gain of 2.
In order to get a goal line stand, though, you have to win the line of scrimmage.
Here's a handoff to the tailback who plunges forward. Touchdown, Hunter Conway. From 4 yards out. And the Mountaineers regain the lead. 37-36.
These games are wrapping up, and we're sitting here in the 3rd quarter trading shots.
Yes, and the Mountaineers will go for 2. This game was 20-12 Cubs at half.
Yeah,
the Mountaineers have scored 25 points here in the 3rd quarter. And the Cubs have countered with 16 of their own. Mountaineers will go for 2. As Dawson will work out of the shotgun. Motion from left to right. Back to pass, looking, fires over the middle. 2-point conversion is good. That was Felton with a reception, and the lead grows to 3. It's 39-36. 3:20 left here in the 3rd. We'll be back with more action after this quick timeout. And Mount Vernon, the Mountaineers lead at 39-36. Back and forth we go here in an action-packed third quarter. Mount Vernon to kick it away to the Cubs. It's a high end-over-end kick that's fielded. And actually, it is fumbled out of bounds, and the Cubs will start at near their 20-yard line.
Yeah, miscommunication on who was going to catch that one, and Cubs will be having to drive a pretty good distance down the field to go respond, down 3.
Umfleet was moving up to catch the ball, while Michael Diaz, was moving back, and it went off Diaz's hands and out of bounds at the 20. So the Cubs have 80 yards in front of them. Here's a handoff to Umfleet. He's hit in the backfield, and he's not going to escape this tackle. And a hard hit late, but no flag comes out. Well, he took a lick there at the end.
Yeah, he took a pretty good hit. It's not going to get a penalty, though, because it's right as the whistles are blowing. He's still standing up.
Loss of 3 on the play. Back to the 17. Washik, empty backfield, back to pass. Throws it late and out of bounds, intended for sights. It's going to bring up 3rd and 13.
Yeah, 3rd and 13 with 2:38 left in the third. Mount Vernon with the momentum. Cubs need to come up with something here to keep the drive alive. You just trust the hot hand with Nesselrode?
You look for Meeks or Nesselrode here, you would think. Both lined up wide, one to the left and one to the right. Washik back to pass. Throws a screen pass to Umfleet, makes the catch, but he is knocked down after a short gain.
Yeah, Mountaineers swarming to the ball. They're all over it, coming up with the stop.
A gain of only a couple. And that is going to force the Cubs in a punting situation here. And they need a really good kick here from Umfleet to flip the field.
Yeah, they're going to need a good punt and then a defensive stop.
And the Mountaineer back's kind of shallow. If Umfleet gets a hold of this one, he could skyrocket one over his head here. Good snap. Umfleet with a low line drive kick. I mean, that was a rocket, and it takes a Cub roll, but only out to the 44-yard line, a punt of 26 yards. No return on the play. So now the Mountaineers up by 3. They have the ball. They have not been stopped here in the second half. And really, it's been a story of field position.
Yeah. And right now the Mountaineers have it. And they've had it pretty much all night. Their offense has been able to take advantage of it.
Especially, well, if you think back to the first play, the first kickoff after halftime, they ran it back to the 31, and that field's been tilted that way the whole quarter. Quarterback scrambling to the right, being chased, hit from behind, and down he goes after a short gain.
Kelton Carr getting the stop on the quarterback.
Looks like a gain of maybe 2. Gain of 1, actually. Second down and 9 from the 43. Mountaineers slow it down just a little bit here as they come to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers wide to the left. Now a third joins. 1 to the right. Dawson will scramble to the right, looking to throw. Hit, breaks 1 tackle, and then struggles forward for a short gain down to the 40.
It's too high on that initial tackle, but they are able to bring him down. Bring up third down. They went back to that play. It looks like the Cubs definitely talked that one over on the sideline of who's got what.
Yeah, and that really is putting pressure on the quarterback and forcing him to ad-lib just a little bit. Big play here, 3rd down and 6. Obviously, the Mountaineers in 4-down territory as they have it at the Cub 40-yard line. again, the Mountaineers slowing things down just a little bit here, and they will call a timeout. And we'll just keep it right here and kind of reset things. 18 seconds left here in the third quarter. Mount Vernon leads at 39-36. They face third down and 6. Timeout charge to the Mountaineers. You know, Ryan, the Cubs have been in this spot the last 2 weeks, you know, trying to hang on and trying to, especially with Cassville back and forth, they got beat by the Tigers by 3, the Wildcats by 2. They really need to break through tonight.
Yeah, they got to find a way to come away with those crucial stops when they need them most and come away with one of those gritty, grinded-out type of wins.
Yeah, find a way, And they have a chance here, 3rd and 6, to come up with a big play. Got to win the line of scrimmage. You got to put some pressure on this quarterback.
Yeah, you got to look for Camden Tolles here to go make a play.
Both teams back out on the field. Here on 3rd and 6 from the 40. The Mountaineers with 1 wide receiver to the right. That's Kruger. 2 to the left. Tailback is Conway. Dawson works under center. Back to pass. Looking left. Now he scrambles to the right. Breaks containment. And down the sideline he goes. Still on his feet inside the Cub 20.
And just a scramble drill to go pick up the first down. Cubs defender a bit on just thinking he was going to go out of bounds. He cut up the field and picks up the first with 6 seconds left in the third quarter.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to run out, but he cut it against the grain and went all the way down to the Cubs' 16-yard line, and that will bring us to the end of the third quarter. After 3, the Mountaineers lead it 39-36. Back with the final 12 after this. Extrusions, located at 808 County Road in Monett. Hydro Extrusions offers the knowledge and competence in finding the best possible solution for your aluminum project each and every time. Well, I keep using the word action-packed, and I'm not sure that that's a good enough term for that third quarter, Ryan. There was so much going on.
Yeah, they just started trading bombs. Right now it's the Mountaineers with a lead, a chance to land another one.
Yeah, they have it 1st and 10 from the 17.
They could get their first 2-possession lead of the game if they're able to punch it in.
Yeah, that would be huge for the Mountaineers. So the Cubs need to come up with a stop here. The quarterback, Dawson, will work under center. He'll hand to his tailback, Conway, and he is knocked down after a gain of about 3.
Cubs defense backed up again as they have been almost all night. I think eventually you're going to come away with one of those stands.
2nd and long, 6, a short 7 here. The ball just inside the 14. Again, the quarterback, Dawson, will work under center. Back to pass, fires left side. It's caught by Felton, but Felton is hit immediately and knocked down after a short gain.
Tucker Anderson brings him down, bringing up 3rd down and 6.
Give him a gain of a couple there on that play.
I think the Mountaineers would kick the field goal if the Cubs were to stop them here. So you would keep it a 1-possession game if so.
The ball resting at the about the 11, maybe the 12. We'll call it the 12. Pitch right side, Conway cuts it up to the 10, bounces it out now, and he'll have a first down. But a flag comes out We'll see what the call is here. A huge call here on 3rd down.
Yeah, if this is a holding call, it could really back the Mountaineers up. And
Yeah, it looks like the Mountaineers are backing up. It is a holding penalty on the Mountaineers. That penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design. Well, that's huge. That would have been 1st and goal for the Mountaineers.
now that'll make it 3rd, and we'll see.
3rd and about 15, I would assume.
Should be.
We'll see where they actually mark the ball. It looks like they're bringing it back to the 22. And they need to get inside the 8. So we'll call it 3rd and 15. And can the Cubs get a stop here?
Well, they got a gift. They just got to capitalize on it.
Dawson will work out of the shotgun. Back to pass. Looking to the left under pressure. He steps up, throws it late, and it's incomplete.
And so that'll bring up 4th down. Decision time for Coach Cox.
Looks like the offense is going to stay on the field here.
And
No.
well, here comes the field goal unit.
Yeah, I see number 57 coming out, Papa. This would give the Mountaineers a 6-point lead. The spot will be at the 29, so it's a 39-yard attempt for Papa with the breeze at his back. Snap back, ball down, kick up. It's high enough, it's long enough, and it is good. He drilled it. 10:29 left in this ball game. Mountaineers 42, Cubs 36. Back after this timeout. Center. At the Clark Center, they proudly serve Southwest Missouri region with compassionate behavioral health services. Tonight's 4th quarter brought to you by Hydro Extrusions. Hydro is a leading aluminum and renewable energy company committed to a sustainable future. Kickoff in the air, short, high, end over end, fielded at the 24, returned to the 30, and out to the 35 and beyond to the 37. Cubs will take over 1st and 10. They'll actually mark him down at the 36.
Tough return though by Nguini.
Yeah, very good return and good field position for the Cubs, who now trail by 6.
Yeah, still a 1-possession game, so big stand there by the defense to keep it that way.
Cubs will have it at the 37-yard line. Washik back to pass, throws it late, and it is incomplete, intended for Sights.
Yeah, that time he just threw it close to Sights, but I think he was mainly just trying to throw it away. It was very much towards the sideline.
This offense got to find that energy here to get a drive going here in the 4th quarter. Washik will throw it left side, and it is incomplete.
Yeah, try to get to Sights again, but unable to bring it in. A couple Mountaineers on him as soon as he was about to make the catch. The main one, number 35, Griffin Cordray.
And just like that, it's 3rd and 10. Cubs come out with 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, a tailback behind Washik. Washik straight back, throws left side. It's caught by Nesserode. 1st down and more down near the 40-yard line.
Carson Nesserode coming up big yet again, time after time. Garrison Nordyke brings him down. Cubs across midfield now.
Gain of 19. And another ASI 1st down. to the Mountaineer 44-yard line. Handoff now to Umfleet. Stretches it out to the right, to the 40, to the 35, puts his head down and gets down to the 34, but a flag comes out. And it's right where he bounces it out that flag comes in.
Probably a holding call, and it will be.
So just as the Cubs start gaining momentum, a penalty flag comes out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 penalties tonight on the Cubs. And most of them in that 10 and 15-yard variety.
Yeah, just costly mistakes that you can do without. Like that one, for example, hopefully was bouncing out, but that block wasn't going to make the tackle.
And that's a 12-yard penalty there. Spot infraction. So it's 1st and 22 for Monett. Washik will sprint out to the right, looking to throw back to the left. Has a man, but it is incomplete. Nesserode not able to come up with it.
Lucas Shane in the area as the defender, but man, that would have been a big play for the Cubs to get back.
And, you know, you just wonder how much the wind played a factor in that one. Look at Old Glory out there. It's blowing harder right now than it has all night long. And the Cubs working into that breeze. 2nd down and 22. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. As Washik now turns to the sideline to get signals from Coach. Back to pass, has time, throws, has Nesserode, breaks a tackle to the 40, to the 35, to the 30, 25, 20, to the 15, and down inside the 10.
There's a flag down again. This one resting about the 45.
Is that where he was hit?
And the Cubs offensive line's hanging back.
Yeah, but we're going to see here. Went all the way down to the 8. So it'll be a 48-yard gain if it stands. I want to make sure I got my math right. Down to the 8, so that's 42 plus 6. Yeah, it'll be 48 yards if it stands.
Block in the back.
And a personal foul. So it will not stand. So what happens now?
You throw it again.
No, but I'm talking about where are they going to mark this off and how many of those penalties are going to be acceptable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are they going to mark off 2 penalties? Are they going to mark off 1 penalty?
I did see the block in the back, I will say. I did not see what the personal foul was on.
So let's see. It looks like they're going to mark it off from the spot.
But again, it's 2 penalties that weren't going to affect the tackle and weren't going to affect the play. And that stuff will flip a win from a loss.
Yeah, the Cubs would have had 1st and goal at the 8. Now they have 2nd and 26 from their own 40. So Washik back to work here on 2nd long. Back to pass. Steps up, throws deep near side, and this one is incomplete. Nearly intercepted.
Intended for Alex Meeks. Great defensive play by Ja'Kai Kruger. He made good position.
I scanned the field to see if there's any dirty laundry out there. It's been a rarity to have a play go without a penalty flag here in the 2nd half. Now the Cubs face 3rd and 26.
Big play.
Yeah, they've got to get about a half of it at least here. Cubs come out with 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Umfleet is behind the quarterback, Washik. Washik's back to pass. Throws late left side for Seitz. He goes up for it. He makes the catch. And it's a first down.
Flag is out. This could be a defensive pass interference. We'll find out.
Needed 26, picked up 28.
You just hope it's not an offensive pass interference.
I'm going to mark it down.
What a catch by Seitz, though, regardless.
Face mask, so that'll be added on. That penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design, your one-stop destination for premium, fast, and custom printed products. I thought it was a face mask. It came in after that high tackle. So I'm going to guess that's a 15-yarder that'll be tacked on at the end.
I'll tell you what, Seitz a tough dude. He had to fight for that ball. Smaller guy, went up and got it, dragged 3 defenders with him, got the first down.
That is a huge play on 3rd and 26. The Cubs got 28, tack on 15, and they have it inside the 20. Washik fires, hits Nesserode to the 15, dives down, and guess what? Another flag.
Why not?
Oh, my goodness, they're going to call another hold. Almost certain. Holding against the Cubs. I'm telling you, that is at the very end of the play, too, as Nesserode was diving forward down inside the 10.
That's what I'm telling you. Like I've seen them happen, and it's stuff that's the O-line you don't need. You got to know when the play's away from you, and you can just give up on your block.
It costs the Cubs 10 yards, a spot infraction, so it brings up 1st and 13 from the 21. Washik will work out of the empty backfield, takes the snap, back to pass, throws, has Seitz to the 15, to the 10, still on his feet, and then get down at the 10-yard line. A gain of 12 on first down.
Good job by Braden Seitz, making it 2nd and 1 now?
Yeah, that's about right. Hand off to Umfleet as he struggles forward, gets down to about the 8. Should be enough for a Cub first down, brought to you by ASI. We wait for the signal here.
It looks like they're going to say 3rd down.
3rd down, okay. So Umfleet only got 1. 3rd and 1 from the 9. Umfleet running to the right. He'll have a first down and knock down near the 2 or 3 yard line.
So 1st and goal coming up now. Carson Nesserode to come back in the game.
Gain of 6. And it'll be 1st and goal from the 3.
Courtaugh comes in as well.
Yeah, we may see Brady tote the rock here. It will be Courtois running to the left, angling to the left, and he is short of the goal line, knocked down at the 2 after a gain of 1.
Yeah, Mountaineer defense flying to the ball. Cubs desperately need to get this in the end zone here to tie it up and a chance to take the lead with the 2-point conversion if they can score.
2nd and goal from the 2. Courtois running left, dives forward. No signal, and guess what? A flag comes out. Short of the goal line, he picked up a yard. And what could this be?
From the back, Judge.
Cubs aren't moving back. Oh, my goodness.
They will now.
Chop block. Talk about a chop block a little bit. What's going on there? What happens?
Well, you can cut and take out the legs, but you can't if someone's engaged with them already. It's That's where a lot of times you get caught up with the chop block. Your defender is engaged in their offensive lineman, then you come and cut the legs out. Or as a receiver, you can't just dive at a defensive back's legs.
It's a 15-yarder. It's a major
Yeah, it's a
infraction.
big penalty.
So where that was thrown, though, looked like it was in the interior of the line. So that would tell me that somebody had somebody engaged.
And then someone else swept.
Went low. Brings up 2nd and goal from the 16. So can the Cubs overcome again? Washik back to pass on 2nd down. Looking to scramble inside the 15 to the 10. And knocked down there as he picks up about 6 yards.
Get some of that back, make it 3rd down. A little extracurricular now between the two teams.
It's been a long night. We approach the 10 o'clock hour. It's 9:45. These guys have been at it for a long time here tonight. 3rd and goal from the 10, so the Cubs with 2 plays here to try to knot the score.
Clock will roll under 6:30 now to play.
Washik will work out of a empty backfield, takes the snap, straight back, throws left side. It's caught by Nesserode. Spins to the goal line. Touchdown, Monett Cubs.
Carson Nesserode yet again making a play, runs a whip route that time, did it to perfection, and got to the pylon.
6th touchdown tonight for Dylan Washik. And the Cubs have tied it at 42. And they will go for 2. That touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Mastery, and Randall.
Chance to take the lead in the 4th quarter with 6:18 remaining. And it looks like they're going to have empty set.
Where's Umfleet?
He's to the right.
Yeah, he's a slot. Now moving in motion from right to left. And a whistle stops action here. And a timeout called by the Monett Cubs. That timeout brought to you by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. Stop by the office to get a quote. Stand behind Andy Brandt's shield of shelter.
I would at least have Umfleet in the backfield to have that threat, even if I'm throwing. And even then, you can fake a handoff to him, and he can just go past the line, turn, and stop, and run the screen pass that way as well.
True. Well, obviously a big play here.
Yeah, this is to gain the lead.
But I tell you what, even a lead like that, you'd love to see the Cubs more than 2 points.
Yeah.
Because Mount Vernon has a good kicker with the wind at their back. So, I mean, there's still a lot of ball left to be played in this one.
You also could have him young. He's going to be towards the bottom of your screen if you're watching. If you're listening, he's to this near side. He ran the out route really well last week, ran a good corner, got open, and scored with as time went out last week. Could see that again as well.
Well, here we go for a 2-point conversion. Empty backfield. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Washik looks over the defense. Brings Umfleet in motion from right to left. Gets the snap. Looks over the middle. Throws late. The pass is low, and it is incomplete. It did skip in to Meeks. Incomplete. 6:18 left here, and we're all tied 42-42 back after this. On KKBL 95.9 in Monett, Missouri. Cubs kickoff sponsored by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri. With branches in 7 locations, Freedom Bank has met a wide variety of your banking since 1999. Cubs have it teed up at the 40. And a host that have booted away. Ball
and falls off.
Rolls off the tee for a second time. So Oscar tees it up one more time. See if he kicks it off or if the Cubs will go for an onside kick here. Waiting for a signal from the official. It'll be a high end over end kick that comes down at the 24, return across the 30, out to the 35 to the 38, and that's where the Mountaineers will set up shop.
Chris Spears along with number 30 Logan Colin on the stop, and Benji with a final score of 13-7. The Clever Blue Jays defeat Springfield Catholic.
And I think that might be a share of the conference title in the Mid-Lakes.
How about that?
Maybe. I'm wondering about Forsyth in there. It might be a three-way split, but
We'll fact check after.
And lost to Stratford last week, 17-12, or would have been outright. How about that?
How about that?
What are they then? 7-2?
Something like that.
Yeah. Here come the Mountaineers. Hand off to Conway, and he has stood up and dropped at the line of scrimmage.
Chris Calhoun with the stop. I mean, they're 6-3 at worst over there at Clever. That's a pretty good season for them.
See, I'm trying to think. They got beat by Stratford. They got beat by Forsyth.
If they played Stratford earlier in the year, they would have got them.
I think that may be it. We'll have to check out the Misha website later. Well, good for them. Yay.
All right, Monett, though, tied up 42 all
Yeah.
here in the fourth.
Yeah. Coming down the wire here. Dawson back to pass, looking left, fires it deep left, has Felton. This is going to be a penalty. This is going to be defensive pass interference. The pass is incomplete, but it's going to be a penalty, and it'll come back and be a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even try to get his head turned around.
No, that was Deshaun Collins who was beat on the play, and he went down and basically wrapped up the receiver. So penalty against the Cubs will go back to the line of scrimmage, which was the 38. So add 15 yards to that, move it into Cub territory.
I mean, the PI there is better than giving up the big catch, though, in that scenario.
True.
Because it's not a spot foul.
No. Now, if that was in the pros, that would be a different
spot foul.
story.
If you're going to get beat in high school, just tackle the dude before he catches it.
Yep. And allow your defense to
Yep.
play another play.
You live to fight another down.
1st and 10. I need to mark that first down for the Mountaineers. Their 20th. Quick throw to Felton. To the left side, breaks a tackle. Down the sideline he goes. Down near the 20-yard line.
And brought down by August Black. And the Mountaineers are threatening just like that with 5:22 remaining.
29-yard gain for Felton. He's up to 148 yards tonight, fellas.
Mountaineers have played a really clean game so far tonight.
4 penalties tonight for the Mountaineers. The Cubs with more than 4.
Something like that.
1st and 10 from the 18. Dawson swing pass to Conway up the right side, and he is into the end zone. Scores from 18 yards out.
And just like that, the Mountaineers regain the lead in the fourth quarter. PAT attempt coming up.
Conway scores from 18. And the Mountaineers, they're going to go for 2, I think.
Well, big opportunity here for the Cubs defense then to try to get a stop.
This is an interesting gamble by Tom Cox.
I think he knows if Monett scores, they'll definitely go for 2.
Dawson will work out of the shotgun. He rolls to the left. He throws to the left, and it is caught. The 2-point conversion to Felton is good. 4:58 left. Here in the fourth, the Mountaineers have hit the 50-point mark. It's 50-42 back after this quick timeout. Back to action here at Mount Vernon. The kickoff sails into the end zone, so the Cubs will set up 1st and 10 at the 20.
Yeah, you're going to have to drive down the field now to go score, and you have to go score.
And
get a 2.
Get a 2.
So Coach Cox putting the pressure on Coach Mock and the Cubs now.
See, I got to go back to my notes. A year ago, this game was 56-48 was the final in it. The Cubs won it 56-48. Washik back to pass, has time, throws, Meeks with the reception to the 25. Stiff arms away from one tackle, gets out near the 30. The ball did come out. Mountaineers say that they got it, but I think he was down. The officials are saying he was down first. Meeks picks up 10. I believe they'll give him a first down. Another ASI first down. At the 30, here is a handoff to Umfleet to the 35 and tripped up as he gets to about the 37.
Yeah, tripped up, flipped forward. Tackle made by number 11, Garrison Nordyke.
Umfleet up to 80 yards on the night. 2nd down and a short 3 from the 37. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Washik with time, throws deep left side, has Nestle Road, who, does he make the catch? They're saying it's a catch. Big play down to the 22.
Yeah, what a catch by Nestle Road. And that'll move it down the field for the Cubs. Big play. Take another look at it on that Heritage Tractor replay. See if he did catch that. I mean, it's close. I thought it almost bobbled into his hands, but ref says it's a catch. That's all that matters.
41 yards. 237 yards tonight, guys, for Nestle Road.
How about that?
My stat sheet looks awful. Washik will work out of the shotgun as Monett has 1st and 10 from the 23. Handoff to Courtois, and he is stacked up. Breaks a tackle, still on his feet, and struggles to the 24. It'll be a loss of a yard.
Yeah, nowhere to go for Courtois. He's brought down. 3:25 remaining, clock rolling. Cubs have plenty of time.
They face 2nd and 11 from the 24-yard line. Courtois stays in as the tailback. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Washik back to pass. Throws right side for Meeks, and Meeks unable to chase it down. It's incomplete.
They'll bring up 3rd down now.
That was the 59th pass attempt tonight for the Cubs.
Umfleet coming back in now for Courtois.
Yeah, 2 big plays here, obviously, for the Cubs.
Need to get it within at least 5 if you don't pick up the first down here.
Cubs come out with 4 receivers to the right. Nestle Road, the lone receiver, to the left. Washik will roll right, throws right, through the hands of Young. It's incomplete.
Yeah, pass dropped, and it'll bring up 4th down now and 11. Big play here now late in the game.
Mountaineers on top 50-42. Cubs face 4th and 11. Got to go with your best here. Game on the line. 4th and 11. 4 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. They're double teaming Nestle Road on the left. But he'll get the pass, but it goes through his hands and it's incomplete.
A big stop by the Mount Vernon defense to get their offense back on the field. So with 2:50 remaining in the game, the Cubs defense is going to desperately need to come up with a stop and quickly. You cannot allow the Mountaineers to get multiple first downs.
Nesselrode was worried about a couple of things. Number one, he was worried about getting his feet in bounds on the reception. He was looking for the first down marker, and it was going to be really, really close. And in his haste to get there, the ball went through his hands and falls incomplete with 2:50 left in the ball game, and Mountaineers take over, leading by 8.
Big opportunity here for Coach Cox and the Mountaineers. I mean, they get a couple first downs, they can really drain this clock down.
It'll be Conway running the ball near his side, and he dives out across the 25 to about the 27.
Aiden Rivera finally brings him down.
They'll put him at the 28 for a gain of about 4.
Have to wonder when Coach Mock will start using those timeouts.
I'd say it'll be right here. If they can get a especially a tackle for loss right here, you'll see him do that. The clock rolls inside 2:15 left. Mountaineers obviously milking the clock as much as they can. Dawson works under center. Offset eye behind him, brings motion. And he'll hand to Conway, who's hit immediately, and down he goes, a loss of a yard.
And there's that first timeout by Coach Mock with 1:56 left.
That'll leave the Cubs with what, 1?
Yeah, I think it's 1. They already used 1 earlier, so 1 timeout left.
Timeouts brought to you by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. Stand behind Andy's Shield of Shelter. Well, here it is, 3rd down and 7. Cubs have to get a stop.
Yeah, first down's pretty much ball game.
Yeah, it is.
Mountaineers can just kneel it out at that point and take the win. So defense has to stand tall here, come away with a stop.
And as we hit the 10 o'clock hour, fellas, let's remind everyone they're listening to Monett Cubs on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett, Missouri. Glad to have you along. Boy, it's another nail biter. We've had a number of these this year, and the Cubs on the wrong side of the score right now, down 50-42. Well, at this point in time, of course, we've seen crazy things. If the Cubs are going to get a win tonight, it's probably going to have to come in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they're down 8, under 2 minutes left to play. You got to get a stop here, go score, get a 2-point conversion. Yeah, most likely in overtime. As Coach Mock discusses something with the official.
These officials they've run a lot of yards today, especially these side judges. Here we go, 3rd and 7. Pass coming up. Felton makes the catch. He fumbles the ball, and the Cubs have it.
Deshaun Collins comes away with the strip, and the ball is recovered by Kelton Carr. And Monett's going to have good field position with 1:48 remaining, and they saved that last timeout.
That is a huge, huge play. And the Cubs have it at the 30, and you're right, they do have a timeout left. So can the Cubs capitalize here? 1:48 left in the 4th, down by 8. Washik in the shotgun, back to pass. Throws deep right side for Meeks, who makes the catch. He makes the catch, knocked out of bounds around the 5.
He went up over Ja'Kai Kruger to make the reception. 1:42 left. Cubs plenty of time as they go down the field.
26-yard gain.
Got to imagine you got a chance to give Umfleet the ball here.
Yeah, you would think at 1:42 left here. Handoff Umfleet, running left. He cuts it and is being drug into the end zone, and they're going to call flag there on the Cubs again.
Aiding the runner.
He was close to the goal line, but an offensive lineman was definitely helping him.
You can push, but you can't drag.
Well, I've not seen this call in all the years that I've done games. So I don't know what length of penalty this will be. But if the rest of the night is any indication, it'll be 15 yards.
Oh.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's aiding the runner. So now they're going deep into the rule books to find the yardage on this one. 5-yarder. It's a 5-yard penalty. You know, out of all the penalties the Cubs have received tonight, that's only their third 5-yard penalty.
Yikes.
Yeah. Well, first and goal from the 8. 1:35 left. Washik has a man sights, and he's unable to come down with it as the defender made a big play there late.
Yeah, I mean, Nordyke closed on that quickly to come up with the incompletion.
Sights was open momentarily, but like you said, Nordyke closed on it and was able to knock it down. 8-point game. The Cubs looking for a touchdown and a tying 2-point conversion.
You could see that tunnel screen they like to run. You could still see Umpley move to the backfield like he will. You could still give it to him plenty of time. That's going to be a false start.
Yeah, it's a procedure against the Cubs. So that'll back them up 5 more yards and take them to the 13. So just seconds ago, they were first and goal at the 3. Now they're second and goal at the 13. 3 receivers wide to the right now, a 4th. 1 to the near side is Meeks. Washik looking downfield, throwing to the right for Meeks. It's up for grabs, and it is intercepted by the Mountaineers.
And that's going to do it. The Mountaineers are going to come away with the win on senior night.
Intercepted by Kruger, who makes the play in the corner of the end zone.
And Kruger's made good position all night long, and that time he finally comes away with one.
So on the 64th pass attempt, the Mountaineers come down with the interception.
Well, now they can just kneel it out and take their victory.
50-42 the score here, 1:22 left. Cubs can only stop it one time. And now a whistle stops action, and the Mountaineers call a timeout. This is the game that will not end.
Yeah, it seems to be a theme when these two teams get together.
Yeah. A year ago, it was the Cubs winning by 8. It appears, unless something crazy happens, this year the Mountaineers will win by 8.
Year before, Mountaineers kind of got away with it, and then before that, the Mountaineers won by 8.
Amazing. You know, this series is a lot like the series between the Cubs and the Wildcats. You know, Mount Vernon won 5 games in a row against the Cubs from 17 to 23. Prior to that, from 13 to 16, Monett won 5 in a row. So it's a series of streaks, just like Cassville and Monett.
It's a fun one. And most of those games are close, even in the streaks.
You know, at the beginning of the year, would you have thought Mount Vernon would finish 5-4?
No.
They were 0-3.
After they lost to Aurora, and yeah, they had a couple games where you just didn't think they were going to do much with the year, and they fire right back. Credit to Coach Cox.
This is a big win for them because it will solidify their number 3 seed in the district. Quarterback Dawson goes back and takes a knee. He'll lose a couple of yards. Back to the 18, and the clock rolls. Now the clock stopped by the Cubs. This time out brought to you by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. Andy will make sure you get the right coverage at the right price. Call or text 417-235-5603 to request a free quote. A reminder, tonight's fourth quarter has been brought to you by Hydro Extrusions. Hydro is a leading aluminum and renewable energy company committed to a sustainable future. For rewarding career opportunities, come join the Hydro family. A reminder that tonight's game brought to you in part by the Clark Mental Health Center. At the Clark Center, they proudly serve the Southwest Missouri region with compassionate behavioral health services. This game also brought to you in part by Prime Cut. With great smoked meats, fresh steaks, and much, much more, stop by 101 East Cleveland in Monett when you need a single meal or full catering. And finally, a big thank you to Heritage Tractor. They sponsor this game as well, with equipment ranging from utility tractors to recreational vehicles. Heritage Tractor, working hard to find the right product for you. 1:03 left in this one, a couple kneel downs, and this one will be in the record books. Quarterback takes a knee, again a loss of a couple of yards. And a clock inside 1 minute left. Unless we have a Herm Edwards play. You know Herm Edwards, right?
Yeah. Hey, Miami a couple years ago against Georgia Tech.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
They tried to run one and then cost them.
One more snap, however. This one will be in the books as the clock rolls near 30 seconds left. Mountaineers to the line of scrimmage. Dawson takes a knee. And that will do it here from Mountaineer Stadium in Mount Vernon, Missouri. Our final score here from Mount Vernon, it's the Mount Vernon Mountaineers 50, the Monett Cubs 42. The Mountaineers improve to 5-4. The Monett Cubs fall to 4-5. We will slip away, hear from some of our outstanding sponsors, and we'll be back with the Angus Branch Steakhouse postgame show after this timeout. to the Angus Branch Steakhouse postgame show. Whether it's their weekend buffet, everyday lunch buffet, or weekly specials at supper time, Angus Branch takes care of the cooking for you. Your Monett Cubs broadcast team, sponsored in part by A-List Properties. For all your real estate needs, their team will work hard for you and your family. Final from Mount Vernon tonight, the Mountaineers 50, the Monett Cubs 42. Monett falls to 4-5 on the season, and Mount Vernon improves to 5-4. This game, at halftime, the Cubs led it 20-12. The Mountaineers rallied for 38 second half points, while the Cubs posted 22 of their own, but the Mountaineers win it by 8, 50-42, and I'm going to turn it over to Ryan, who will cover tonight's scoring summary.
Yeah, first quarter was scoreless, but in the second quarter, at the 8:34 mark, Jackson Coyer would get it going, a 3-yard touchdown fumble recovery, making it 6-0 Mountaineers. Cubs would strike with the 5:45 mark in the second. Miles Young have a 2-yard touchdown catch. Then a 2-point conversion made it 8-6. Alex Meeks would have a touchdown catch from 11 yards out, making it 14-6. Then with 42 seconds left in the half, Hunter Dawson have a 1-yard touchdown run, making it 14-12. Cubs would strike with 27 seconds left in the half. Carson Nestor 65-yard touchdown catch, making it 20-18, or 20-12, excuse me. Then 9:55 mark, Felton would have a 7-yard touchdown catch, making it 20-18. 8:31 mark, Hunter Dawson would have a 27-yard touchdown catch, making it 20-24 Mount Vernon. Then Braden Seitz would answer for the Cubs with a 9-yard touchdown catch, making it 28-24. Third quarter as well, Griffin Cordray would have a 17-yard touchdown catch, making it 31-28. Then 5:19 left in third. Carson Nestor had a 27-yard touchdown catch, made it 36-31 Cubs. 3:20 mark in the third. Hunter Kahn would have a 4-yard touchdown run, making it 39-36 Mountaineers. Fourth quarter, 10:29 mark. Landon Popa would have a 39-yard field goal. That was good, making it 42-36 Mountaineers. Then the Cubs would strike with Carson Nestor, a 10-yard touchdown catch, making it 42-42. Then with 4:58 left, Hunter Kahn would have an 18-yard touchdown catch and a 2-point conversion, making it 50-42. Then the Mountaineers with Kruger would get a big interception to seal the game. Your final score, the Mount Vernon Mountaineers 50, the Monett Cubs 42.
Again, yeah, lots going on, especially in the final three quarters. Again, the Cubs fall to 4-5. The Mountaineers improve to 5-4. Now it's on to district play, and we'll see where the seeds fall when we wake up in the morning. Final score, Mount Vernon 50, Monett 42. We'll slip away, and we'll be back with more of the Angus Branch Steakhouse postgame show after this timeout. Sure to stop by Angus Branch and try one of their mouth-watering steaks or signature sandwiches. 50-42 the final in this one. The Mountaineers rally to defeat the Monett Cubs here on senior night in Mount Vernon. A reminder that tonight's postgame scoreboard is brought to you by MetaPlans Plus. MetaPlans Plus offers Medicare Advantage plans, Medicare supplemental plans, dental, vision, and hearing plans, and much, much more. Call 417-678-5555 for more information. This was a shootout. We knew it was going to be. Started slow, but boy, both of these teams did not disappoint as it ends up 50-42. This just one game of 5 in the Big 8. I'm going to turn it over to Ryan now for tonight's postgame scoreboard.
Yeah, we'll start it at Cassville. They defeat Aurora 28-7. McDonald County, 42-14. McDonald County would defeat East Newton 28-0. Seneca at Lamar, the Indians would fall 29-28. I rewatched the touchdown with 1 second left. That's controversial. He is, stretching for the goal line. Maybe got there, maybe didn't. Then they get the 2-point conversion and win 29-28.
So the touchdown was controversial.
It's controversial.
Okay.
I'll show you later.
All right.
And then Nevada would win against Pleasant Hill 21-19. District play, things get a little dicey. They get a little fun. Marshfield would defeat Highland 28-20. Rogersville defeats Bolivar 14-7. West Plains defeats Carl Junction 37-30 in comeback fashion.
Wow, tight games throughout. A reminder tonight that the interview with Coach Mock brought to you by Four State Dental Care, with a team of professionals that provides comprehensive and compassionate care. They work together to give you and your family exceptional dentistry in a friendly environment. Welcome, Coach.
How's it going?
Well, how are you?
That's where it's just it's the weirdest feelings, because you lose a game and you have that feeling as a coach or as a player. You don't want to lose any games, but then our kids are doing a lot of good things. Offensively, I thought our defense played really well in the first half. They're starting to do fundamental things, and then you give up a big pass play, or coverage-wise, or you got penalties and so forth, or we miss a block on offense, or we get a holding call, and so everything that's going on, it's all self-inflicted. It's not like you go over and hey, they're just a better football team than us. It's the weirdest feeling, because you got the feeling of defeat, but then at the same time, you feel like shoot, we're better than them. We just hurt ourselves.
That second half, the game felt like the field was tilted. It seemed like Mount Vernon had great field position, and you guys were battling field position in the second half.
Yeah, that's what uncharacteristic mistake. Try to catch a kickoff, it goes out of bounds, and it puts us in a hole. They kick it in the end zone and so forth. It's just like I say every week. We have to worry about what we can control, and that's the penalties in 3 areas I've talked about all years. We have to eliminate penalties. We got to break tackles. We can't have any missed tackles on defense. And then we got to create turnovers, and we can't have any turnovers on offense. If we do those 3 things, we might be sitting here 9-0 right now. I don't know, but it's something we'll evaluate and look back at the season and statistics and so forth. But I like our kids. I like our team, and we'll put it together, and we'll be ready to go next Friday.
You had a team tonight that outgained Mount Vernon by almost 200 yards, 587 to 403. So you're putting up big numbers, and a tremendous individual performance by Nesselrode, who had 237 yards receiving. So there is a lot of good things going on. And like you said, the defense played very well in the first half.
Yeah, they're starting to do a lot of good things, and that's a good sign. And then you got a lot of weapons on offense. I thought our offense line does a good job. But I'll have to watch the film and kind of see areas that we can clean up. But, we have to grow from this. Every whether you win or lose, you want to try to improve and get better, and you got to grow from that. And it's the penalties are a concern, because it keeps happening. So we'll figure it out how to eliminate those. And if we do that stuff, we're a really good team.
The beauty of football in the state of Missouri now is everybody's 0-0, and you start over.
Yeah, that's what I told our kids. I said, at this point, the slate's wiped clean, and we have to regroup and watch this film, grow from it, get better from it, keep doing the things that we're doing good, and put this game behind us and don't let it sit in your heart, sit in your mind the next couple of days and get over it, and let's move forward and get ready to win a football game next Friday.
As far as the regular season go, the hay is already in the barn. There isn't a thing you can do about the regular season. Now it's all about win one in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're 9-0 or you're 0-9 going into next week, I mean it's win and move on, or lose and stay home. So, our kids will be excited. I'm excited that Monett's gonna. I think it's the first Class 4 playoff game at home. So we're excited about that, and we want to get a win, and we want to keep moving on and see how far we can go.
This is not hyperbole, but this is a winnable district for you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, but we've had a lot of games that were winnable games.
True.
And so we gotta break through that door. We keep knocking on the door, but we gotta bust that door down. And we're close, but we gotta get over the hump. And I think when our kids see what's on the other side, they're gonna like it so much they don't want to go back.
Yeah, exactly. And 3 really tough games in a row, obviously, at Lamar and then against Cassville and then here at Mount Vernon. But 3 pretty good teams.
Yeah. Mount Vernon's improved each week, but I like our kids. They're very resilient. And they never give up. They fight to the very end, and so you can work with that. And so you don't want penalties and so forth, and we'll correct those errors. But if we can do that, we're going to be a really tough team to play.
Yeah, and even tonight your team fought to the very end, getting that turnover and giving you a shot, one more shot to tie the game.
Yeah, that's where I like the matchup with Alex. I thought he could go up and get it, and so we just, I don't know if it was a bad throw or what happened. We'll have to watch it on film, but we'll get in those situations. We got to put the ball in the end zone. Our defense set us up just as we wanted to. They made plays when they had to, and so in those situations, you got to make plays on the other side of the ball too. So I think if our offense and defense can play well at the same time, we're pretty good.
Yeah, you absolutely are. And one night where you were pretty good was when you played McDonald County several weeks ago, and it looks like you'll be matching up with them again.
Yeah, they're a tough team. They got a lot of athletes, quarterbacks, pretty good. They got offensive, defensive linemen. They got big guys, and they fire off the ball. And so, Coach Hoover used to be at Monett. They'll be ready to play, and so I'll get our kids ready, and we'll be ready to play next Friday.
Well, we hope for a great week of prep for you, and we'll root for a win next Friday night.
All right, yep, we'll see you guys there next Friday.
Thank you, Coach. That talk brought to you by Four State Dental Care. Back after this. Thank you, Coach. Hang in there. Keep fighting, buddy. Just a reminder that tonight's visit with Coach Mock was sponsored by the team at Four State Dental Care, where they ensure a beautiful smile at an affordable price. Taking a quick look at tonight's stats, first of all, for the Mount Vernon Mountaineers, who improved to 5-4. They ran the ball 36 times for 108 yards, threw the ball 27 times, completing 20 for 295. So the Mountaineers with 403 yards of total offense. They racked up 22 first downs tonight, had 2 turnovers, 2 fumbles, one on an onside kick and one late in the ball game. 4 penalties for 40 yards and 1 punt for 48 8 yards. For the Monett Cubs, who fall to 4-5, they ran the ball 20 times for 101 yards. They were 38 of 64 passing for 486 tonight. Total yards 587 for the Monett Cubs. First downs 28 for Monett. They had one interception late in the ball game. 17 penalties on the road here tonight. 17 penalties for 182 yards. 2 punts for a 30-yard average. For the Monett Cubs individually, leading rusher tonight, Colin Umfleet, 11 carries for 80 yards. Washik, as we said, passed the ball 38 of 64 for 486. He had 6 touchdowns tonight with 1 interception. His leading receiver, Carson Nesserode, tonight, 237 yards tonight on 14 catches and 3 touchdowns. Braden Seitz had 111 yards and a score of his own. Alex Meeks, 110 yards and a touchdown as well. Miles Young, 4 catches, 23 yards and a score as well. The Cubs rack up 587 yards of offense, but fall 50 to 42. We're going to slip away one final time. When we come back, we'll talk about tonight's players of the game. We'll also take a peek at any other scores that might come our way, and we'll wrap things up here from Mount Vernon. Just a reminder, you're listening to the Angus Branch Steakhouse postgame show on KKBL. Back after this. Back, screen pass, Meeks makes the catch, makes a man miss, to the 20, to the 15, still on his feet and leans down. Back to pass, Washik, he throws over the middle, it's caught by Meeks, he spins his way inside the 5, should be enough for a field.
They got the ball sitting at the hash, heavy to the right.
Umfleet will take the snap, he's in a peck of trouble, breaks a tackle, however, and looking to throw it late, it's caught. It'll be an onside kick, and it is a free ball, and it is covered by the Monett Cubs.
Number 21, Louis Bentate.
Washik with an empty backfield, back to pass. Fires left side, caught by Seitz, 15, down to the 10, and drive here on 3rd and goal. Washik looks to the right, slant pass to Meeks, and he's into the end zone for the score.
No flags that time.
Play call in from the sideline. 42 seconds left here. Cubs momentarily lead it 14-12. Washik back to pass, rolls to the right with time, throws deep over the middle. Nesserode with a catch into Mountaineer territory to the 30, to the 25, to the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Washik out of the shotgun, looks to the left, now scrambles right, still with it, and slings it late, kind of hook shots it to the goal line, but it falls incomplete. Run. Quarterback again looking to throw under a lot of pressure, throws it up high and into the end zone, short of the end zone. In fact, it's caught. And is it a touchdown? It is for the Cubs. He has Conway to his right. He looks to throw, hits Cordray to the right side. It's the same play that they ran earlier, and he's able to get down inside. He's going to run it again. This time the quarterback will run it, and he has running room down inside the 10. Spins into the end zone. Touchdown. Back to pass, Washik. Screen pass to Nesserode. To the Angus Branch Steakhouse postgame show. The score of any contest is generally forgotten over time. However, the behavior of players, coaches, and fans, well, they leave lasting impressions. So the next time you're out at the game, be sure to choose good sportsmanship. This message brought to you by Access Family Care, with more than 200 employees serving 7 counties in southwest Missouri. Just a reminder to catch the Coach Mock Show next Friday evening right here on KKBL. Coach Mock will sit down with Sammy Clapper to discuss tonight's contest as well as preview next week's game. The Coach Mock Show can be heard right here on KKBL 95.9 FM. It's time for tonight's Players of the Game, brought to you by Heritage Tractor, your local John Deere dealer with various locations in the area. It's a great time to buy a tractor. So be sure to stop in for great deals and low financing. On the offensive side, I'm going to go with two guys for offensive players of the game. First, Dylan Washik tonight. 38 of 64 and 6 touchdowns tonight in a losing effort. He did have that one late interception, but man, what a game he played. And not the perfect conditions either. A lot of wind tonight, and he really did a good job finding these open receivers, of which one of those are the player game as well. Carson Nesselrode tonight, 14 catches, 237 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He was electrifying here this evening. So congratulations to Washik and Nesselrode, the offensive players of the game. And Ryan on the defensive side.
I got two guys as well. In the secondary, I'm going to go August Black. I thought he did a good job getting tackles in the secondary, breaking up a couple balls. He was flying around everywhere. And then I'm going to go with a defensive lineman, defensive end specifically, Camden Tolles. He did a great job rushing the passer tonight, had multiple tackles for loss, was making the quarterback have to move around and throw it on the run. So I'm going Camden Tolles and August Black, defensive players of the game.
Well, like I said with Coach, the hay is in the barn at this point. Season's done. You can't rewrite anything. You finish 4-5, and the Cubs have lost their final 3. All 3 could have been wins.
Yep.
You know, no doubt about it. They could have had wins, but you know, it's ifs. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
You know, and ifs don't put wins up. They were close. They're knocking on the door. Now it's a matter of knocking the door down.
Yeah, just go get over the hump against the team you've already beat and go do it again, get that mojo back, go into the district semis.
Well, it does appear that the Cubs will host McDonald County. That'll be verified shortly, you know, when you take a look at the brackets. But if Monett finishes as the 5 seed and McDonald County is the 4 seed, because they won, the Cubs, they won head-to-head, they'll flip 5 and 4 and technically be the number 4 seed and get to host.
Yeah, very exciting. Like I said, I believe he's right. That should be the first Class 4 playoff game hosted at Burl Fowler. Cubs have only been in Class 4 for a few years. They had the one-off year in 2020. Then it went back, they had the one-off year in 2018, then back to 3A, and then from 2020 on, it was Class 4, and they've been on the road.
And they've had one win in that time against Rogersville.
That is correct.
And then followed that up with a trip down to West Plains.
Also correct.
Yes. And West Plains won tonight, is that correct?
That is correct.
So they'll end up as the number 1 seed?
All roads lead to West Plains.
Okay, so if Monett wins and when Monett wins in the first round, they'll go to where?
West Plains.
West Plains. Because West Plains will have a bye.
Yes.
That's a given. The number 1 seed will host the semifinals. So, you know, one game at a time. At this time, it's about survive in advance. You know, you string some wins together. And if you get hot at the right time, and we've seen it before, teams get hot, they get on a roll, and they can make a run.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you got to play your best ball end of the year.
So, you know, when you take a look at the Cubs and you look at the entire season, you know, number one thing, their coach said, self-inflicted.
They were.
Issues.
I was telling you that was self-inflicted stuff. It's stuff you can fix, but you got to fix it.
17 penalties, that's a place to start. You know, for 182 yards. You have almost 600 yards of offense, but you give up almost 200 yards that back on penalties. So, you know, that's one area where you do it. They do a good job taking care of the ball, you know, but it's a matter of getting off the field with your defense and finishing drives when you're in the red zone.
Absolutely.
And, you know, when they played McDonald County back mid-year, they were able to do that. They got off to a huge start, had a tremendous first half, kind of took the foot off the pedal in the second half, but still won the game, you know, in good fashion. You hope that they replicate that next week at Burl.
Yeah, you're going to have to replicate it, and you're going to have to come ready for the quarterback run game.
Yeah, and just like that, the regular season's over, fellas. Can you believe it? 9 games are in the record book. The Cubs 4-5, and really 0-0 at this point. You know, guys, I remember a playoff system that used to be computer generated, and I'm not even sure computers were invented at that point. I think they were using You know what an abacus is?
No.
Well, you need to look it up. Both of you need to look up what an abacus is. It's an old device that was used in mathematical equations. I promise. Not a slide rule, but you'll just need to look it up. We'll look it up before we leave tonight.
Okay.
I think they used abacus to solve who was going to get it, and not everybody got to the playoffs. And then they moved to a 4-team district, if you remember, and that was about the time you might have been in junior high, maybe, or a little before that.
It would have been before that.
Okay.
I've been having a 3-round district since I
Okay.
could remember, like about 3rd grade.
Well, they had 2-round districts then because 4 teams were in a district, and it was a different thing. Well, actually, I'm lying to you. At one point, it was the last 3 games of the regular season was considered district. And then whoever came out of that, and those years where Cassville was winning state titles, that's when that was taking place. And they finally landed on this where everybody gets into the playoffs, and I really like it. Yes, there's some complicated math with this, and yes, they're using computers now because they actually are invented. But, you know what it comes down to now, whoever you play, you got to win.
You just got to go win 1-0 every week, stay alive.
Yeah, so here we go. It's been a lot of fun, guys. Let's have some more fun next Friday when districts start. As we come to the end of tonight's broadcast, we would like to thank all the fine people here at Mount Vernon High School for their help and hospitality this evening. Oh, thank goodness we were inside tonight. A special thanks also goes out to all of our sponsors who make our broadcast possible. We could never do any broadcast without your support. So, fans, be sure to get out there and visit these local businesses and let them know how much you appreciate them. And finally, a huge thank you to all our listeners and all our viewers out in Cubs Nation. Thanks for being with us each and every Friday night during the football season. Just a reminder that our next football broadcast will be coming your way next Friday evening as the Cubs enter district play. Pre-game set to begin at 6:20 with kickoff scheduled at 7 p.m. Once again, our final score from Mount Vernon tonight, the Mountaineers 50, the Cubs 42. For my broadcast partner, Ryan McCullough, and our producer-engineer, Erwin Perez, this is Benji Finsky saying thanks for following the Cubs, and good night from Lawrence County.